Aucun problème. On serait en... Ah, quoi? Non, c'est la... Donc, tu ne peux pas. Je vais...
You have a pointer also.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
So, good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for coming here and traveling for this event. We are very happy that we have all of you. We see so many friendly faces, so many colleagues. There are colleagues that could not do it from the States because of very bad weather conditions, but Jane is with us. Now, we're going to open this session. Unfortunately, Marilyn Crivello, the Vice President of Aix-Marseille University, could not be with us because she had a health problem the last minute. So it's going to be Sophie Gabel, that is a Vice President of Research of Aix-Marseille University, that is going to open the international conference. Sophie, the floor is yours, please.
Merci, Calliope. Welcome, everybody. Good morning, and it's a pleasure to welcome you all in our university. I'm sorry because I will switch in French, and I'm a historian, but I'm specialized in media history, so it's a more contemporary approach. But I'm very happy to be there as I'm Vice President Delegate for Human Sciences and Mediterranean, which is an important view in our university. So now I switch in French, and I'm very happy to be there to introduce this wonderful event. So, mesdames et messieurs, chers collègues, chers amis, c'est au titre de ma fonction, donc je l'ai dit en anglais rapidement, mais ce sera peut-être plus compréhensible en français pour l'ensemble des collègues, en tout cas francophones. En tant que vice-présidente sciences humaines et sociales et Méditerranée, c'est au titre de cette fonction et avec un immense honneur que je prends aujourd'hui la parole au nom du président d'Aix-Marseille Université, Éric Berton, et de Marilyn Crivello, vice-présidente, qui ne peut pas être présente aujourd'hui, pour vous souhaiter la bienvenue à cette conférence internationale consacrée aux nouveaux défis du tourisme naturel et culturel sous-marin pendant la décennie de l'océan. Alors, je tiens d'abord à adresser nos remerciements les plus chaleureux, et je pense que vous pourrez vous joindre à moi, d'abord à l'UNESCO et à ses représentants ici présents, ainsi qu'à l'ensemble des partenaires institutionnels et scientifiques qui ont rendu cette rencontre possible. Et puis, un remerciement tout particulier, bien sûr, va à Jean-Christophe Sourisseau et à Calliope Baïka, dont... Vous le savez mieux que quiconque, leur engagement contribue depuis de longues années à faire rayonner l'archéologie maritime et côtière au sein de notre université et dans tout le réseau UniTwin de l'UNESCO. Alors, je vais d'abord vous dire un mot de notre université. Donc, Aix-Marseille Université est aujourd'hui l'une des plus grandes universités d'Europe, par sa taille, certes, mais surtout par la diversité et la qualité de son offre scientifique et pédagogique. Avec plus de 130 laboratoires et un maillage d'instituts d'établissements d'envergure internationale, Aix-Marseille Université, labellisée Initiative d'excellence depuis 2016, se distingue par sa capacité à articuler rigueur scientifique et inventivité dans tous les champs du savoir. L'interdisciplinarité constitue l'un des marqueurs essentiels de notre identité. Elle favorise le croisement des approches entre sciences humaines et sociales, en droit, en économie, en santé, en sciences du vivant et en technologie. Si elle n'est pas toujours évidente, cette culture du dialogue entre disciplines nourrit des recherches inédites et des formations adaptées aux défis contemporains. On pense bien sûr à la transition écologique, sociale, aux défis induits par la généralisation des technologies numériques et bien sûr aux défis auxquels sont confrontées nos démocraties contemporaines. Si notre établissement peut revendiquer un tel rayonnement, c'est grâce notamment à des composantes d'excellence comme la Maison méditerranéenne des sciences humaines. La MMSH, cette maison méditerranéenne, est un campus de recherche et de formation en sciences humaines et sociales spécialisé dans le monde méditerranéen. Un véritable lieu de croisement des regards, des méthodes et des compétences spécifiques. Alors, dans cette dynamique, il convient de souligner le rôle central du pôle de convergence des compétences en archéologie et en archéosciences d'Aix-Marseille Université. Ce pôle s'incarne tout particulièrement dans l'Institut d'archéologie méditerranéenne, Arcaia, qui interroge les espaces méditerranéens terrestres et maritimes dans une perspective diachronique de la préhistoire jusqu'aux périodes les plus récentes. Dans le prolongement, le master MoMA occupe une place stratégique dans la formation des futurs spécialistes nationaux et internationaux de l'archéologie sous-marine et subaquatique, ainsi que de l'archéologie des aménagements anthropiques du littoral. Mais si l'établissement peut revendiquer un tel rayonnement, c'est aussi grâce à la vitalité de projets d'envergure, tels que le réseau UNESCO UNITWIN pour l'archéologie sous-marine, actuellement coordonné par AMU et porté par Jean-Christophe Sourisseau et Calliope Baïka. À ce titre, c'est un honneur d'ouvrir cette conférence internationale. Nouveaux défis pour le tourisme naturel et culturel sous-marin pendant la décennie de l'océan. Ce congrès, vous le savez, a pour objectif de réunir chercheurs, praticiens, décideurs, politiques et représentants des communautés afin d'examiner les intersections entre patrimoine culturel subaquatique, tourisme, changement climatique et engagement communautaire. L'année 2026 marque également le 25e anniversaire de la Convention de 2001 de l'UNESCO sur la protection du patrimoine culturel subaquatique, ce qui donne à cette rencontre, il me semble, une portée symbolique et politique toute particulière. Alors, cette conférence est organisée par la chaire UNESCO d'archéologie côtière et maritime d'AMU, mais elle est aussi portée conjointement par l'université et la direction des recherches archéologiques sous-marines et subaquatiques du ministère de la Culture. Elle est également organisée en collaboration avec le secrétariat de la Convention de 2001 de l'UNESCO et s'inscrit dans le cadre de 3 grands projets européens qui jouent actuellement un rôle moteur dans l'innovation en matière de tourisme durable, naturel et culturel en Europe et dans les régions ultrapériphériques. Ces projets visent à relever les défis de l'économie bleue, notamment les impacts du changement climatique, la préservation et la valorisation des écosystèmes culturels et naturels, ainsi que les efforts collectifs vers la neutralité carbone. Ainsi, pour Aix-Marseille Université, cette conférence constitue un moment fort, à la fois sur le plan scientifique, sur le plan institutionnel, mais aussi sur le plan symbolique, en particulier en cette période de défiance vis-à-vis des sciences et en particulier des sciences du climat. Elle met en lumière notre engagement en faveur de la Méditerranée, notre expertise en archéologie maritime et subaquatique, et notre volonté aussi de contribuer activement aux débats mondiaux sur la protection des patrimoines, la transition écologique et les formes durables du tourisme culturel et naturel. Je formule donc ici avec vous le vœu que ces journées, et je suis sûre que ce sera le cas, soient riches en échanges, en rencontres et en perspectives nouvelles. Je vous remercie de votre attention et vous souhaite de beaux échanges durant ces 3 jours.
Sophie, merci beaucoup. Et comme vous le savez tous, so as Sophie Gabel already said, this conference is organized by the UNESCO Chair of Aix-Marseille University in Maritime and Coastal Archaeology, and co-directed by Aix-Marseille University and the DRASM of the Ministry of Culture. So I'm going now to give the floor to Professor Jean-Christophe Sourisseau, that is the chair holder. And I'm going to be the second chair.
I have to. Okay. So, Madam Vice President, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues and friends of the sea, and its heritage, its protection, its conservation, and its promotion, within the framework of the 2001 UNESCO Convention, I'm delighted to welcome you today in Aix-en-Provence. Non. Ouais, pas. Je sais pas comment ça marche. Non, c'est une connerie. Ah, voilà. Great. So, I speak on behalf of the Aix-Marseille University, the UNESCO Chair in Maritime and Coastal Archaeology, the Mediterranean Institute of Archaeology, Archaea, the San Camille Julian, the Department of Art History and Archaeology, and also the DRASM, the Department of Underwater and Subaquatic Archaeological Research of the French Ministry of Culture, with whom we share responsibility for UNESCO Chair and the coordination of the MOMARC Masters Program in Maritime and Coastal Archaeology. I would also like to warmly welcome the MOMARC students in this room present here today. This master's program is dedicated to research on heritage management in underwater environments. The students, thank you. The students are here not only to meet you, but also to exchange with you, and in some case to help guide you throughout these days. I would also like to acknowledge the presence of one of our key partners, the Ocean Institute of Aix-Marseille University, which work more broadly on oceanic issues. We share several joint projects with with the institute, closely connected to all the themes that will be discussed over the coming days. The symposium opening today fully aligned with UNESCO Decades of Ocean Science. I would like to thank UNESCO representative who will speak after me for being with us. This initiative highlights the urgent needs to better understand marine ecosystem in order to better protect them, and at a time of climate change and increasing pressure on marine resources. But it's also about building through richer research, knowledge, and education a more sustainable relationship, thank you, between humanity and the sea, from submerged cultural heritage to microscopic organisms that may well shape the future of our planet. For this reason, the day ahead will focus strongly on ecotourism and sustainable tourism. These themes are central to several European projects whose results we are pleased to share here, especially when preservation, transmission, and responsible is use of heritage are at stake. We wanted this day to be a multilateral, open, and eco-responsible forum, value that matter today more than ever, alongside UNESCO and major international institutions, but also within our own scientific communities. Beyond the European project that will be presented, Aix-Marseille University is in close collaboration with the DRASM and the partners who will speak after me, has placed a strong emphasis on research-based training. The Montmartre Masters program aims to train a new generation of young researchers at both national and international levels, specializing in underwater and coastal archaeology, as well as the management of submerged heritage and its social, biological, and ethical interaction. These pathways not extend into field we could hardly have imagined 15 years ago, such as the blue economy. I'm particularly happy to see in this room some of our former students who are now professionals or about to become so. They are a great source of pride for us, and above all, they will carry this principle forward into the future. Finally, I like to thank everyone who contributed in one way or another to the success of this ambitious project. There are many, and they will recognize themselves. I would nevertheless like to highlight the essential role played by Calliope Baika, the driving force behind this event, a key figure in the Montmartre program, a successful coordinator of European project, and a tireless source of creative and relevant ideas. I think I have spoken enough, so I will now give the floor to our partners. Once again, welcome to all of you, and I wish you an excellent conference.
Merci beaucoup, Jean-Christophe. Jean-Christophe and moi, me and Jean-Christophe, we have the best English in this. Thank you very much for all the efforts. And now, as Jean-Christophe already mentioned, I would like to give the floor to Franca Ciubecchini. The DRASMA is co-directing the Master Montmartre, but also the chair of underwater and coastal archaeology. Franca, the floor is yours.
Good morning to everyone. First of all, I have to excuse our director, Arnaud Schumas, the director of Drasm, who can't be here today because for medical reason. And after I will speak in French. I have to speak in French, so sorry. So I will, je vais lire son discours. I will read the speech for him. Madame la vice-présidente, chère Sophie, Madame et Messieurs les directeurs, chère Julia, Jean-Christophe, Richard, Raphaël, Monsieur le chef d'unité pour les patrimoines culturels immergés à l'UNESCO, cher Edouard, chers collègues, chers partenaires, chers amis. C'est un honneur en tant que directeur du DRASM. Je me suis changé en Julia. C'est un honneur en tant que directeur du DRASM d'ouvrir cette conférence internationale consacrée aux nouveaux défis pour les tourismes liés au patrimoine naturel et culturel sous-marin pendant la décennie de l'océan. Cette rencontre intervient à un moment charnière où les impératifs de connaissance, de protection et de valorisation de l'océan se croisent avec les attentes d'un tourisme plus durable, plus responsable, plus attentif au patrimoine que nous avons en partage. L'EDRASM entretient depuis de longues années une coopération étroite avec le secrétariat de la Convention de 2001 de l'UNESCO sur la protection du patrimoine culturel subaquatique, dont il partage pleinement l'esprit comme les objectifs. Mieux connaître, mieux protéger, mieux transmettre ces patrimoines souvent invisibles, mais essentiels pour comprendre l'histoire des sociétés humaines et de leur relation à la mer. Notre engagement s'inscrit résolument dans le cadre de cette convention, que nous contribuons à promouvoir, à mettre en œuvre sur les terrains et à articuler avec les politiques nationales de l'archéologie sous-marine et subaquatique. Cette conférence illustre de façon exemplaire la dynamique de coopération que nous souhaitons voir se renforcer. La chaire UNESCO en archéologie maritime et côtière, portée par Aix-Marseille Université et à laquelle l'EDRASM s'est depuis sa naissance associé, a été conçue précisément pour fédérer des chercheurs de haut niveau, des enseignants et des institutions de nombreux pays autour de l'archéologie et du patrimoine culturel subaquatique. Le Master Montmartre de cette alliance est devenu en une décennie une référence internationale en matière de formation, en combinant enseignement académique exigeant et immersion sur les terrains. Grâce à cette chaire, grâce au réseau UniTwin que l'EDRASM a eu l'honneur et le plaisir de rejoindre comme partenaire reconnu, nous nous réjouissons que la formation et la recherche française s'inscrivent au cœur d'un dispositif mondial dont vous allez pendant ces 3 jours incarner l'extraordinaire dynamisme. Ici, entre Aix-en-Provence et Marseille, chercheurs, professionnels, enseignants et étudiants, nous veillons à être à la hauteur des attentes du réseau en matière de sciences, d'innovation, de diffusion vers les publics et de contribution à la décennie des Nations Unies pour les sciences océaniques au service du développement durable. Les thèmes de cette conférence, tourisme, patrimoine naturel et culturel sous-marin, décennie de l'océan, invitent un dialogue dense entre chercheurs, gestionnaires, acteurs du tourisme, collectivités, société civile. Les programmes de ces 3 journées reflètent cette ambition puisque vous abordez l'accessibilité des sites, la durabilité du tourisme sous-marin, l'impact du changement climatique, la montée en compétences de nouvelles générations et les liens avec l'économie bleue. Le fait que 3 grands projets européens soient au cœur de cette manifestation vient illustrer que l'Europe expérimente déjà, à échelle réelle, des solutions pour conjuguer la préservation du patrimoine, innovation technologique et développement de nouvelles formes de tourisme culturel et naturaliste. Je profite de l'évocation de ce programme pour saluer l'engagement exceptionnel de Calliope Baïka pour concevoir et organiser cette conférence avec l'enthousiasme que nous lui connaissons. Au DRASM, nous savons combien cette articulation entre science, protection et valorisation est une exigence délicate. Nos missions nous confrontent chaque jour à des sites fragiles, parfois menacés, qui suscitent pourtant un fort désir de découverte de la part du grand public. La question est donc de savoir comment permettre un accès à ces patrimoines. Avec quelle médiation, quelles limites, quelle coopération avec les musées, les collectivités territoriales, les opérateurs touristiques, pour que l'accès aux sites immergés, direct ou indirect, in situ ou via des dispositifs numériques, ne se fasse jamais au détriment de leur intégrité. Les projets Arleron 3, qui vous sera présenté samedi, incarnent de manière emblématique cette tension féconde entre recherche de pointe, conservation exigeante et mise en valeur auprès du public. Classé trésor national, il illustre la capacité des scientifiques à mener des opérations complexes, mobilisant dans la coopération une pluralité de spécialistes pour faire d'une épave enfouie dans les sédiments du fleuve un récit accessible, intelligible et sensible pour les grands publics. Dans cette région, le musée départemental Atlantique est devenu un élément central de l'attractivité culturelle et touristique d'une ville qui ne manque pourtant pas. Plus globalement, la décennie de l'océan nous invite à penser les patrimoines culturels subaquatiques des sites que nous étudions, épaves, ports antiques, paysages littoraux submergés, habitats fluviaux, de manière inséparable des écosystèmes qui les entourent, des dynamiques sédimentaires, des effets du changement climatique. D'ailleurs, les visiteurs des musées, des centres d'interprétation et des expositions ne veulent plus une vision cloisonnée, monothématique. Ils attendent des expériences qui relient l'histoire et l'écologie, les objets et les milieux, la mémoire des sociétés humaines et l'avenir de l'océan. Pour conclure, je m'adresserai plus directement aux étudiants du Master Montmartre et de l'Institut de l'Océan et plus largement d'Aix-Marseille Université. Gardez de maintenant à l'esprit, ici, au cœur de ce territoire qui a un pôle de référence en archéologie maritime comme en sciences de l'océan, que vous aurez tout au long de votre vie professionnelle à concilier sur le long terme exigences scientifiques, obligations de protection juridique et attentes des sociétés en quête de sens, de mémoire et d'expériences maritimes et littorales nouvelles. Je vous souhaite 3 journées d'échanges riches, exigeantes, ouvertes, qui permettront de partager des recommandations concrètes pour un tourisme lié au patrimoine sous-marin et d'en faire émerger de nouvelles à la hauteur des enjeux de la décennie de l'océan. Merci beaucoup pour votre attention.
Franca, thank you very much. And I would like to give the floor to Julia Boeto, that is the director of Centre Camille Julien. Centre Camille Julien plays a key role in the implementation and design of the Master Montmartre and also in the coordination of the European projects.
Thank you very much. Madame, Monsieur, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues and dear friends, it's a great pleasure to open this international conference dedicated to the new challenge of nature and cultural heritage tourism within the framework of the United Nations Decade of Ocean. Underwater cultural heritage, so shipwrecks, submerged structure, ancient ports and cultural seascapes represent a unique and fragile record of humanity relationships with the ocean. These sites are not only of scientific and historical value, but they are also powerful tools for education and sustainable development when properly protected and responsibility shared. So, but today, you know, underwater cultural heritage faces increasing threats: climate change, coastal development, illicit traffic, and uncontrolled tourism. So the challenge is great, and a conference and, of course, programs as the one that Calliope and Jean-Christophe lead are very important to trying to improve access and visibility and also ensuring a long-term protection of these underwater cultural area parts. Donc, the Ocean Decades offers an essential platform to strengthen collaboration between scientists, heritage professionals, policymakers, and tourism stakeholders. So by promoting this responsible diving and non-intrusive technologies, digital interpretation, and community-based initiative, it is possible, I think, transform underwater cultural heritage into a driver of knowledge, awareness, and sustainable tourism. The Saint-Camille-Julien, that I have the honor to direct, is very aware of all these problematic. Our center is one of the first in France that started with the scientific research in underwater archaeology. Actually, we have at least 80 members, more or less, more, and researcher, but also teachers and researcher, and a huge staff of, we say technicians, but they are more or less researchers them also, that help us in our research programs. So it's a huge and very important center that is really, that we are very happy also to host these very important European programs led by our Calliope and Jean-Christophe that are part of our laboratory. And I would like, before concluding this speech that is already overly long, I would like to thank Dr. Calliope in particular for organizing this conference, but also Jafar Anbar, which is now PhD in Saint-Camille-Julien, and our financial manager, Christelle Lanata, but also for the Institute Arcaia, Stéphanie Guillet, and Rémi Corbineau, the Dr. Rémi Corbineau, who are behind these events. And of course, a special thanks to the PhD students of Saint-Camille-Julien and master student of Maritime and Coastal Master, where we are all very involved in this master as Saint-Camille-Julien. So thank you very much to everybody, and I wish you a very successful conference.
Julia, thank you very much. And I would like to give the floor to Rafael Orgolet, that is the director of the Master of Archaeology. One orientation of it is Master Montmartre, Master of Maritime and Coastal Archaeology. Rafael, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues and students, dear friends, as a representative of the master's program, I am particularly pleased to open this conference together with my colleagues, and I wish to thank Calliope for inviting me to this board. Montmartre, the Montmartre master's program has long been recognized as a flagship showcase for archaeology at Aix-Marseille University. But in reality, it's much more than that. Montmartre also stands as a model for archaeological training as a whole, especially at master's level. Through initiatives such as the UBlueTech program, Montmartre has paved the way for research-based training, particularly in fieldwork contexts, where students are confronted with real research questions while being fully immersed, if I may use this term, fully immersed in a professional environment. For us, this represents an ideal experimental platform for research-based training on which we have relied to develop teaching in other branches of archaeology at Aix-Marseille University. Finally, with the forthcoming development of continuing education programs, I am pleased to conclude, and yes, I am very short, I am pleased to conclude that this story is far from over, and that underwater archaeology continues to act as a driving force for training within our university, especially regarding training during the whole life and not only initial training that we will be further develop within our teaching and training programs. Thank you very much, and I wish you a very pleasant conference.
Rafael, thank you very much. Richard Sampere, the director of the Ocean Institute of Aix-Marseille University, unfortunately could not come today. The Ocean Institute with Arcae Institute is one of the main partners of UBlue Tech project, but we are going to speak about it a little bit further on. Therefore, I would like to give the floor to our colleagues from the UNESCO Secretariat of 2001 Convention that we are organizing the conference together. So the floor to Edouard Planche and Alison Finot.
Mesdames, Messieurs, Madame la représentante de l'Université d'Aix-Marseille, Monsieur le directeur de la chaire UNESCO, cher Calliope, cher Jean-Christophe, et votre équipe, c'est un honneur de représenter l'UNESCO et à titre personnel également d'être ici ce matin. En quelque sorte, nous inaugurons l'année dédiée à la célébration du 25e anniversaire de la Convention. Donc c'est un jour particulièrement important. I'm now going to switch in English, following Calliope's instructions. Just to let you know, I won't be long, that this is a very special year because we are commemorating 25th anniversary of the 2001 Convention on the protection of the underwater cultural heritage. So I'm glad to be here today with my colleague Alison, who is our scientific expert on underwater archaeology, part of the Secretariat as a consultant. This is also a very special year for UNESCO and the scientific community and all the states parties to the convention and members of UNESCO, because as you may know, last November during the 43rd session of the General Conference, the states decided to commemorate every year from 2026 an International Day for the protection of the underwater cultural heritage. So this International Day will take place from now and I hope forever on the 21st of August every year. So I wanted to mention this and of course calling upon all of you, universities, institutes, searchers, scientific archaeologists, all the UNITWIN network to contribute to the celebration of the 25th anniversary of the convention and of this International Day with the support of the Secretariat, of course. So I wanted to seize this occasion to launch an official call for initiatives, proposals, projects that we will be happy to discuss with you and support to the extent possible in order to make 2026 the year of the underwater cultural heritage. This is really something which is very important for the Secretariat. And as you may know, we have a new Director General at UNESCO, Professor Khaled El Enani, who is the former director of the antiquities of the government of Egypt, who is a man of culture, who is very keen on and has a very strong interest on the protection of the cultural heritage. And of course, knows a lot about Alexandria, our chair also in Alexandria. So pay a particular attention to the protection of the underwater heritage. So I'm sure this 2026 new year is going to be our year, your year for the protection of the underwater cultural heritage. In a nutshell, if I may, just remind that we are not working alone at UNESCO. The 2001 Convention is part of a chain, a structure of convention. Underwater heritage is closely linked to armed conflict, to illicit trafficking, to world heritage, of course, to the intangible heritage. We were mentioning the role of the communities, and of course, to the diversity of cultural expressions. So all these treaties are working together, and we are very eager within the Secretariat of the 2001 Convention to also merge our work to the work of our colleagues at UNESCO. I won't go into too many details, but just to remind that today, the convention gathered 82 states parties. The last one is Sudan. We have the experts in the STAB, 14 experts. It's our operational arm in the functioning of the convention. We have 3 UNESCO chairs, of course, including, and it's not the less important, the Aix-Marseille University. Let me also mention that we have 2 international, what we call Category 2 center, 2 research center. One is based in Zadar in Croatia, and last week we signed the agreement for the second international scientific center in Bulgaria, in Sozopol, next to the Black Sea. You may know the place. So we have now these 2 centers aiming at supporting the implementation of the convention. And of course, we are calling upon working relation and operational projects between all these stakeholders. We have a very strong network of universities. Thank you, Calliope and Christophe, for making this network very much alive. We have 20 accredited NGOs, the chairs I already mentioned. And of course, this designation system, if I may say, of best practices for the protection of cultural heritage and access of the public to this kind of heritage. So we are a little structure, but a growing structure. We have more and more states parties. We would like, this is part of my dream, by 2030 to at least reach 100 state parties to the convention, at least. We are still missing big stakeholders like Greece, Turkey, the UK, Australia, but we know that many governments are working on becoming party, and that in the forthcoming months and years we will be growing. Basically, and I know we will talk a lot during these days about the challenges we are facing for underwater heritage. And when I say that underwater heritage is not an entity by itself, it's because we are facing, and you can testify it from your daily work, we are facing many challenges. Of course, climate change, Alison will talk a little bit more in detail about that. Industrial and extractive activities, trawling, industrial fisheries. Of course, the storms, the floods, the polluting wrecks, all these challenges are part of our daily work. This is why we are also wishing to strengthen our network and work with stakeholders in all these specific areas. As you know, the convention lack awareness, lack visibility, lack technical training, acceding and making the underwater heritage accessible to the public is a real challenge. This is also why we are working with our colleagues dedicated to the museum projects to increase the accessibility of the underwater heritage through museums and in situ. So many projects, and this 2026 new year is really the opportunity to increase the responses to all these challenges. I now give the floor to Alison. Thank you so much for your invitation. Thank you for being present, and I look forward to our discussions in the forthcoming days. Thank you.
So thank you so much. I'll try to be quick, but just going forward with what Edouard was saying, you know, the world is facing a series of interconnected challenges related to climate change or and regulated coastal development and regulated mass tourism, which is more the topic of today. And we all know that there is an urgent need to address these challenges together and to support those countries and communities that are the most under threat. Obviously, we are becoming more and more aware that the existing management and planning framework are often still inadequate to fully protect and support tangible and intangible underwater cultural heritage or marine cultural heritage or ocean heritage, depending on what lexicon you might use, as well as perhaps the soon-to-be underwater heritage. So going further, the Secretariat, with the support of its many stakeholders, have been identifying, several particular issues that are key to this, notably the disconnect between natural and cultural marine management, or a significant global policy deficit for the framing and the protection of coastal, marine, and underwater cultural heritage, but also, as Edor mentioned, the only limited representation of this heritage in existing protection frameworks, such as marine protected areas, marine special planning, or coastal zone management. So building upon past successful activities, we believe that the 2001 Convention needs really to address those contemporary issues, and notably by integrating underwater cultural heritage into climate action and resilience strategies. Um, and also we believe such as the fact that underwater, marine, and coastal cultural heritage can really inform and support strategies that better include the needs of local communities and then therefore be part of the bluer economy, which is why a conference like the one that we're having today is so important, to share best practices and share experiences related to this. So again, thank you very much for organizing this conference. Thank you very much, Calliope, and the whole team for this. On the UNESCO side, for this conversation, it led to the UNESCO white paper on underwater cultural heritage and climate action, adaptation and mitigation that was drafted by Colin Breen from Ulster University, that is accessible online and in actually several languages now, in French, English, Arabic, Spanish. And it really allowed for us, for state parties to the convention, to really take note and encourage the Secretariat to better integrate underwater cultural heritage into climate action and resilience strategy. This might not sound as much, but it actually really supports the endeavors that you're implementing here by having this sort of visibility also here at UNESCO. And so for this reason, we really believe that this is it is the moment for us to launch also a 5-year strategy on this protection of underwater marine and coastal cultural heritage by promoting the linkages between natural and cultural marine management, and for the better integration of heritage in this related discussions and actions, such as the one we will have today. Obviously, we're really aware that many projects have been focusing on this topic, and again, this conference content is obviously proof of that. So this conference also allows us to offer perhaps UNESCO as a tool to assemble and regroup many stakeholders' initiatives that sometimes can be sort of astray. And that's why we invited, and we have been started to have a short selection for efficiency of experts that are supporting such projects, that the people that you can see here on the screen. So Mrs. Zahra Ahmed, Mrs. Isabel Rivera Colazzo, Mr. Colin Breen, Mr. Opening Kwatiado, and Mrs. Lucy Saman. And their role for us is really to support the Secretariat, draft or review documents, policy documents, white papers, guidelines that may be needed, and especially in countries that have been maybe less favored on this topic, and to support the implementation of tangible projects. However, we know and believe that many institutions and partners are key in protecting underwater cultural heritage and supporting UNESCO, and notably the accredited NGOs and the UNESCO network, obviously. So for this reason, and to ensure efficiency, we would like to set up an advisory group where the accredited NGOs and the UNESCO network would be represented by a focal point. And this advisory group would also be supported by other institutions such as UNEP or UNFCCC, to which we're currently reaching out. So this is, I know this is the opening, but it's also an opportunity for us to sort of send a call to you. This would be the second man. To support our goals, our shared goals, and move together to implement this strategy, and to regroup initiatives, meet and discuss. Again, thank you so much for your attention, for your time, and we're very looking forward to your presentation and discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the UNESCO colleagues and the great initiative that they proposed at the end. And I'm sure that we'll have time to discuss this during these days and also in the closing remarks. Thank you. This was really very, very interesting. I will go now and give the floor to Claudia Pierdominici, that is our project officer of the European project UBlueTech. And I think that she's going to go more on the blue economy and the European Ocean Pact. Claudia, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone, and thanks for having me here. I'm, as Calliope said, the EU project officer for the Ublu Tech project, and it's amazing to be here and see at their final event all the remarkable results. Today, I would like to briefly go through CINEA, which is the Climate Infrastructure and Environment Executive Agency of the European Commission, where I work, and its role, and then say a few words about the European Ocean Pact, and then present briefly a study that was carried out and published last year on blue skills and then their blue comp, and then briefly highlight funding opportunities. So as you can see, what is CINEA? So in the EU institutional framework, this is where you can situate CINEA. It is an executive agency, is one of the 6 working for the European Commission. And so we have a budget for the period 21-27 of 75 billion, around 600 staff, more than 4,000 projects, and we work with 7 parent DGs. So with, in particular, my team works with DG Mare, so on the MFAF program, but CINEA works also with environment, RTD, Clima, MOVE, energy, and Regio. The core task of the agency is the publication of call for tenders and call for proposals, then the evaluation of proposals that are submitted, through then award the best projects, go through the monitoring of these projects, through the whole life cycle of the projects, and then what is very important also is a feedback to policy. So all the challenges, all the feedback that we have from projects will then go back to the European Commission to a better, more informed than legislative procedure. CINEA, among the 6 executive agencies, is one of the strongest focus on maritime matters. And I highlighted here the blue skills and ocean literacy and ocean health, which are very dear to you. And yeah, in the agency, these are the programs that we manage. Part MFAF, there is a Connecting Europe facility, Horizon Europe, Cluster 6, and all the Mission Ocean that is dealt by colleagues of CINEA, the LIFE program, Innovation Fund. And we work on the implementation of the European Ocean Pact. So what is the European Ocean Pact? You may for sure have heard about it. It was adopted in June 2025 by the European Commission. And it gives the policy framework to streamline all the ocean-related activities across EU member states. If we want to compare it with the EU Ocean Decade, because of course they go hand in hand, you can see the European Ocean Pact as an EU-level strategic policy package. So it's a regional strategy for better policy implementation, aiming at coordinating all the ocean-related actions across member states. And yeah, the UN Ocean Decade, it's a global science for collaboration framework. So it's about, yes, science research for the ocean for sustainable development worldwide. The Ocean Pact has 6 main objectives, which you can see here. So, and for each objective, there are some areas of action. So you can see here, one objective is protecting and restoring ocean health, then boosting competitiveness of the sustainable blue economy, supporting coastal, island, and outermost regions, advancing ocean research, knowledge, skills, and innovation, enhancing maritime security and defense, strengthening EU ocean diplomacy and international governance. And so, as I said, each priority, each objective has then actions that will be carried out and are already with work in progress, and some are already achieved. What I can highlight here under the second objective related to skills is the blue generational renewal strategy. So the skills are fundamental, very important, and this is highlighted throughout the Ocean Pact. And the EU wants to boost skills and provide the workforce with all is needed, in particular for marine science, ocean tech, and then sustainable fisheries as well. And yes, also you can see skill. Okay, and under this second objective, you have also sustainable tourism. The sustainable tourism strategy in preparation, and yeah, also under the advancing ocean research, knowledge, skills, and innovation. This is also where skills are highlighted and play an important role. And also ocean literacy. So the fact that of getting the workforce closer to ocean affairs, to the marine environment and blue careers. And so there will be an establishment of Ocean Youth Ambassador Network, leveraging on the already existing EU for Ocean Coalition that you may have heard about. And one of the objectives that will be reached by 2027, but probably also by the end of 2026, is the drafting of the European Ocean Act to provide a legal basis. And this Ocean Act will be formulated on the revision of the maritime special planning, because the way the maritime space is used is very important, needs to be streamlined. So the idea behind is to go for a sea-basing approach, cross-sector cooperation. So it's all about cooperating and deciding how to manage the space more efficiently. So there is a call for evidence, because of course the European Commission is not doing that alone. There is all the stakeholders' involvement behind, and I've highlighted here and a call for evidence for if you want to, yes, have your say and be included in the process. And now we go, yes, so this Blue Skill study, which was published last year and carried out by the European Commission together with SINEA and the help of contractors. The study is called Study to Support and Design Skills Development in the Blue Economy. It was a very interesting study with a lot of reports that they published. So you can check it online, they're all there. I put the link here, but if you Google it, you will find it. Because they have produced reports, they have done a skills analysis of gap analysis in 12 different blue economy sectors. They have identified emerging professions and defined what is blue skills. And one of their outputs was the Blue Comp, the formulation of the Blue Comp, which is a framework, a competency framework. To, I can show maybe here how it looks like. They tried they identified 4 main dimensions of skills with subcategories. The idea is to use this subdivision and classification for streamlining curricula, job offers. So it's really a tool that can be useful for education providers, for policymakers, for employers and learners alike. Yes, and then what is also remarkable about this study is that they have produced fact sheets per blue economy sector, so you can go and check the ones that are more relevant for you. And going to the funding opportunities, we have now for MFAF 2 calls open. One call for proposals on maritime special planning projects with the focus on the Atlantic and Black Sea, and then a call for tender of sea basing assistance mechanism. Otherwise, yes, all the work programs are now published and available. So the funding and tenders opportunities portal is always the place to go for looking for upcoming opportunities or published opportunities. And also under the reference documents, you can find the work programs of all the programs, the funding programs of the EU, and you can see what may be upcoming. I also put here the link to watch the info days, because info days are very important source of information about upcoming projects, calls, and to see if you are suitable or what is needed to apply and so on. They provide many practical and substantial information. So that's it.
Claudia, thank you very much. And it's a very nice introduction now for the U-Blue Tech project. Before this, the organizing committee with all the MOMARC students, the PhDs and the postdocs. First of all, I would like to thank them, and we're also going to thank them at the end. You can all identify them with their red labels, and they are a key part of the organizing of this conference. And I'm going to provide the context of this conference in some slides. And then present you with all the team, the U-Blue Tech project. So from my side, I also want to welcome you to Aix-Marseille University, the first Euro-Mediterranean university that Sophie made a very nice introduction. And of course, all this organized with the team of MOMARC, of the Master of Maritime and Coastal Archaeology that Jean-Christophe and Franca already talked about. And actually, this is the core and the main objective of all this initiative. The team is chairing the UNESCO chair, but also the Unit-Wing Network for Underwater Archaeology since 2023. And some facts of the blue economy, because this is the conference that we would like to align, to connect cultural heritage, natural heritage, the blue economy, and the challenges that we are facing in the ocean decade. So in the blue economy, you know that we have several sectors, encompasses many activities, fisheries, maritime transport, or renewable energy. And according to the reports of 2025 of the World Bank, if the ocean was a country, would have been the 5th largest economy in the world. That means that it contributed from 95 to 2020 to 3 to 4% of global gross value added and employed more than 133 million people. Now, on this, maritime and coastal tourism is the largest employer. According to the European Blue Economy Observatory, coastal tourism in 2022, the generated gross value added amounted to 82 billions and 2.5 million people were directly employed. This is some numbers, and I'm going to finish with some forecasts. First, for Europe, for coastal and diving tourism in the horizon of 2030, we are expecting a growth of 8.8% from 2024 to 2030. And for the global market, it will arrive to 2.5. This is what the forecast is. Now, enough with numbers, the challenges. This economy, this growth is at risk from different challenges. Population growth. We cannot stress enough climate change, and is one of the issues that we are going to discuss during this conference, and other environmental pressures, but of course also trade, globalization, energy transition, technological technological development that goes very fast, but also geopolitical dynamics, as some of them were experienced the last weeks. Therefore, we have to think of new strategies in face of these new societal, geopolitical, and environmental challenges. And I think most of the presentation will focus on challenges of coastal and underwater cultural tourism, such as the protection that the UNESCO colleagues also stressed enough, the conservation, but also issues and the new ways of thinking, open accessibility, of course, impacts of climate change, community engagement, and geopolitics. All our efforts and initiatives must be combined, our combined efforts must be aligned with, and they are, with the Ocean Nations Decade challenges, 10 years and challenges one ocean. And therefore, this event, we think it's in the continuation of the events already organized in UNESCO, but also conferences all like the Barcelona of 2024, and of course, the 2025 United Nations Ocean Conference that took place here in Nice, in France. And I'm finishing with one of the solutions. So one of the solutions is that we need a skilled new blue generation. We need upskilling and reskilling for all of us in order to face the challenges and support the European blue economy strategy. And in this context, I would like to present you the UBlueTech project. That is an initiative that started 2023 based on this consideration. The gap. The gap actually is that though vital sectors of blue economy are in development, such as offshore renewable energy, aquaculture, the protection of marine biodiversity, or the protection of cultural heritage, we are lacking the skilled personnel to deploy underwater technologies, especially in the new context of the green and the digital transition that we are facing and we have to cope with. In this respect, 7 partners from 5 European countries joined forces for a program that started in 2023 under the call of Blue Careers and FAF that Claudia already presented. And it's not by accident that it started in 2023, that it was the European Year of Skills. And this showcasing how important upskilling and reskilling is for the European blue economy strategy, the upskilling and reskilling of the new blue force. The objectives are to create a new curriculum, pilot it, create a hub that we are going to present today, a platform of recruitment, and boost internship and new career paths. Therefore, the curriculum has 3 orientations: blue skills, digital skills, and green skills, and affects many transverse themes like Claudia mentioned already, ocean literacy, legislation framework, documentation and monitor of underwater cultural heritage, impacts of climate change, or underwater survey, sampling, geoscience, marine biodiversity. As I already said, the consortium groups 7 partners from 6 European countries, and we're having a complementarity between universities, academia, vet providers, small and medium enterprises, and the WWF of Portugal. From the team of Aix-Marseille University, we're having the cooperation of 2 institutes, Arcaea and Ocean Institute, plus 3 CNRS laboratories, Saint-Camille Julien, Cerej, et LM. Therefore, for the team of Aix-Marseille University, we are actually grouping expertise in marine and coastal archaeology, oceanography and marine biodiversity, but also coastal geomorphology and experience in the study of marine protected areas. Now, the project started by a gap analysis and market needs, and the results were very surprising. Actually, more than 70 entities took place. Most of them were 45% were companies, businesses, and startups. And what we found is that actually there is a strong demand from the companies for specialized skills, especially underwater robotics, but also digital and blue economy skills. Digitalization is one of the solutions or one of the challenges that we're facing for the growth of the blue economy. We also found out there is a lack of female representation in technical positions, and also that the personnel already employed is aging. So it's between 30 and 50 years old for technicians and specialized personnel. And practical experience is what businesses really want. Is this aligned with the academia degrees? It is not. Actually, 80% of the surveyed organization expressed difficulty in finding suitable candidates. And what they said is that educational programs, targeted educational programs, are absent. Therefore, it shows it's not the only, of course, study. There are many. It's aligned with many studies that have the same result. Academia is not aligned with the needs of the market, the companies, the business, and actually what we need for the growth of blue economy and for research. And what the companies are doing in-house knowledge building, that means they are training, upskilling, and reskilling their personnel, or with, or they are trying to make networks, to construct networks with local universities, which is one of the cases with Aix-Marseille University, that we have a good connection with the businesses, and masters are directly connected to the market. Now, in this horizon, and under this consideration, the Blue Tech curriculum was designed and implemented. So for the blue skills, we focused on underwater sensing, underwater robotics, open source low cost underwater appliances, surface navigation, and automatic systems. As far as digital skills, of course, 3D photogrammetry, VR, AR, and AI applications. Of course, underwater photogrammetry is one of the means for the digital preservation of underwater cultural heritage in the face of the new environmental threats, climate impact, as well as coastal and shallow water survey documentation techniques, but also advanced aquaculture management with intelligent predictive maintenance. All these courses, together with the green skills that they were developed by WWF Portugal, based on nature-based solutions, environmental sustainability, and environmental leadership. This is a MOOC, and this is the horizontal traversal skills, green skills that we all need in all domains and different departments. So this curriculum was created and it was piloted. It comprises theoretical and practical courses, and our focus was on hands-on experience. Another focus is that we wanted to have a balance between academic training of master students in different European qualification frameworks, but also lifelong learning training for professionals, young professionals, and also students in a different career level. One of the biggest piloting that all partners participated was organized in collaboration with Archeofit as a project that is going to be presented later by Tuatia Amraoui, and the UBlue Tech, of course, project in the island of Aegina in Greece. It was a big training on different skills from University of Zagreb, University of Calabria, nature-based solution by WWF, and underwater documentation by Aix-Marseille University, comprising drones, underwater topographics, photogrammetry, digital skills. I'm going to show you a very 3 minutes video at the end, so I'm not going to go in details. The team of Zagreb, the University of Zagreb, specializing in robotics, and worked on visual mapping, microbathymetry, and ROV piloting, while University of Calabria introduced automatic 3D optical mapping systems, survey with underwater tablets, multi-beam, etc. So finally, we had the piloting of 9 different nationalities, 12 professional and 8 students. Some colleagues from Algeria, of course, capacity building for Algeria and Argentina, and some of these colleagues are now today with us from Argentina, and we're very happy for this. So I'm going to finish with the impact. So we did enrich VET programs for VET providers, but also we created new courses and updated existing ones in academia degrees. And all this now is inserted in the European hub in a platform for underwater text technologies that is going to be hosted in the website of Aix-Marseille University, and it's going to be presented by the team just after as a permanent capacity building structure for the future. As far as entrepreneurship is concerned, we opened the call and we realized an entrepreneurial acceleration program and a boot camp where we had 9 teams from 7 countries in order to improve, to address employment and improve pathways within the blue economy. A platform that connects job offer with demand was created and it's now under implementation in order to exploit visibilities, no, I'm sorry, to enable visibility of job opportunities, training offers, and skill demands also beyond the project's lifetime. And this is what I was telling you, the biggest outcome of the project, one of the biggest, is this platform that is now working, that is going to be hosted in our website as a permanent structure. The impact can also be measured by outcomes and the transfer of know-how in other countries, outermost regions, but also through synergies with many European projects. One of 2 are going to be presented the next days, EcoRoute and Tural, especially for the transfer of green skills. Outcomes will also be disseminated through synergies that we're having with the Blue Tech Hub and our partners of the Unity Network of Underwater Archaeology. And we do hope that this project contributes in an effective and concrete way to the objectives of the Decade of the Ocean Science and the Agenda of Sustainable Development. With the support of Aix-Marseille University, we want to create a sustainable development node with our European and international partners, and we're having very concrete plans to move forward, especially after the consideration source of Claudia and the new strategy of the Blue competencies. I'm going to finish with a small video.
Reskilling and upskilling in blue, green, and digital skills is essential for vital sectors of the blue economy, and the main objective of the EU project U Blue Tech. A large piloting involving theoretical and practical courses on the field was organized in collaboration with Aegina Harbour City Project, Archeofi, and Maritime Institute. It aimed to provide participants with interdisciplinary blue and digital skills on up-to-date coastal and underwater documentation technologies, enriched with capacities in environmental sustainability. The emphasis of this piloting was on hands-on experience for all participants, professionals, and students. More specifically, the U Blue Tech Blue piloting comprised training on state-of-art underwater robotic systems, treatment of digital data for 2D and 3D documentation including photogrammetry, 3D modeling and GIS, and green skills courses on nature-based solutions and environmental leadership. It is important to emphasize that reskilling and upskilling in underwater technologies offers numerous advantages for the preservation and monitoring of underwater natural and cultural heritage and the development of the blue economy. Our gap analysis survey showed that companies are facing significant challenges in recruitment. They are having difficulties in finding suitable candidates. Therefore, the new U Blue Tech curriculum aims to upgrade academic degrees and enrich VET programs in an inclusive way. The UBlue Tech piloting united EU laboratories and institutions developing innovative underwater robotic systems, technologies, and green approaches, in line with the UNESCO Sustainable Development Goals and the Ocean Decade Challenges. It was interdisciplinary and international, bringing together professionals and students from 3 continents and more than 12 countries, representing at least 6 vital sectors of the blue economy, for a unique capacity building program.
I think now it's my turn. No one will present me, but okay. So I think Professor Baika already mentioned the hub, and she talked comprehensively about the courses that we and the educational material that we developed in the project of UBlue. So I am going to talk about now one of the main achievements of the project, which was the establishment of the hub, which is an open access online educational platform. The UBlue Hub on underwater technologies is conceived as a long-term capacity building initiative in EU level. This educational platform will be initially hosted at Aix-Marseille University at the website of the UNESCO chair, and its core mission is to create sustainable framework for education, encourage lifelong learning in underwater technologies, and strengthen collaboration between stakeholders in the blue economy. More specifically, the UBlue Tech Hub brings together universities, public institutions, private companies, research organizations, and non-profit organizations. This collaboration model fosters innovation, knowledge exchange, and real-world relevance, integrating young professionals sorry, into the blue economy market. Based on market gaps analysis in underwater technologies, the businesses are facing challenges ranging basically in skill set mismatching, geographical limitations, and limited educational programs. To this end, the UBlue Tech Hub responds to this growing skills gap by offering structured and future-oriented approach for education and training, and it ensures alignment with technological advances, with the environmental challenges that we are facing rapidly, and the employment market needs. The development of educational material and curriculum by all partners of the project enables skill buildings in the state of art for underwater technologies from a green and digital perspective. Piloting these developed educational assets during the lifetime of the project reinforced participants with skills aligned with sustainability, innovation, and digital transformation. At the same time, it have also offered the UBlue Tech team valuable feedback to restructure some of the piloted courses. The UBlue Tech Hub is a dedicated online platform. It includes training resources, learning modules, collaborative tools such as MOOCs, piloting opportunities on the field, and several international events and workshops across Europe. Thus, the platform enables scalable, accessible, and long-lasting delivery of both academic and vocational education. Underwater technologies, as Professor Baika mentioned before, includes ROV piloting, automated surface vehicles. Green skills include environmental leadership, natural-based solutions, and the digital skills encompass courses on build systems for robotics, operating, and 2D and 3D documentation and surveying methods. The hub, by the end of the project, is aiming to host more than 70 different courses covering both initial and long learning education. Structurally, the hub is very simply structured and easy to follow and simply designed for candidates to explore all what they need to know about the courses, including the titles, the credits, the educational levels, the programs, the duration, and the extended program, and the most important is how to enroll in these courses. As I mentioned before, the hub will be hosted initially on the website of the UNESCO Chair in Maritime and Coastal Archaeology of Aix-Marseille University, that is currently investing to professional and lifelong learning education. And its core, it's one of a few universities offering quality micro-credentials. All UBLUTEC partners as well will ensure the institutional anchoring of the hub, providing international visibility, academic credibility, and long-term sustainability. Currently, an open call is on for courses integration with the UBLUTEC Hub. This open call is inviting higher education institutions, vocational education and training providers, and research organizations to contribute existing or newly developed courses aligned with technology, underwater technologies, green and digital skills. We aim at expanding the educational reach and the sustainability of the hub. And in other words, to conclude, the UBLUTEC Hub is an ambitious EU initiative encompassing the vision of the United Ocean Decade, the science we need for the ocean we want. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jafar. I will do the last small video before lunch, but I hope that it arrived. Let's see how. About the courses that organized the intersectionality by Marie-Line Crivello, the Vice President of Aix-Marseille University. Can we start from the beginning?
Can we have the sound, please? The music is a little bit
Yes, thank you.
challenging.
Thank you all very much. This was my editing. That's why I get all the credit for it. And I know that you are laughing, but it was an effort to put all together and all the training that we're doing, especially with the students, for the students and all together. So thank you very much today for the panel, all the very nice information that you brought to the table. And I hope that we're going to discuss most of the issues and challenges during the 3 days of the conference. Thank you all very much. And you are all invited for the lunch that I hope that has arrived.
Just I would like to ask the next session presenters to give me their presentations, please.
So I think we are. It works? No. No, it works? No, it works. Yes. Thank you. So come in, please. We have to. It's okay. It works. I don't know. Okay. So okay. So we have to begin this. Press the button. Ah, yes, great. Because like this. So we have to begin this session with my colleagues. And so, as you know, my English is quite poor. We can say it like that. So I give the floor to Jennifer McKinnon for the presentation.
Pressing. Oh, okay. Thank you very much. My French is even more poor. So I will be happy to introduce the speakers for this session. And our first speaker up, or group of speakers from UZG and Croatia, are going to be talking about using marine robotics to upskill students and professionals. So we will turn it over to them.
Thank you for the introduction. So my name is Fausto Ferreira. I'm from University of Zagreb, Faculty of Electrical Engineering and Computing. And I also have a double affiliation with the Center of Excellence Marble. I'll tell you more about that later. So I was told that I should speak more about technology, and that's what I'll introduce in the beginning. Just to let you know, we are the Laboratory for Underwater Systems and Technologies. I hope this doesn't put too much expectations on technology, but okay. And we are a bunch of professors, senior researchers, PhD students, technical staff, and research staff. This is not the current and final list because we're very dynamic and we are always growing and having new students joining us. But I'll tell you a bit of what we do. And I know this is a lot of jargon for engineers, so I'll try to not use technical terms fully. Basically, we control robots, marine robots, both at the surface and underwater. We also make, let's say, the so-called swarms of robots. Again, we can have collaborations between surface robots and underwater robots. And in some cases, we design our own ROVs or AOVs or ASVs. Besides that, one of the most important or interesting applications that we have is diver-robot communication. So underwater robots communicating with divers. And then we also do classic perception, both underwater and above water, and IoT. Now, regarding technology, this is some of the vehicles that we use. Some of them are commercial products, some of them we actually build in-house. This is an ROV that's a commercial product. This is an ASV or autonomous surface vehicle that we did in-house. This is kind of ROV slash AUV, so autonomous underwater vehicle for diver interaction specifically that we semi-did in-house, meaning it was originally a scooter for divers and then we put autonomy and make it a robot. These are small sensor nodes for underwater monitoring of environment. We also did them in-house. This was our first AUV for diver-robot interaction. We also did it ourselves, and these two are commercial products. You probably remember this one from Khalib's presentation. It was the one we used in the pilot in Aegina. Besides robots, one of the most important things that we use, and it's very needed, is our infrastructure. So during Corona, actually, we inaugurated a new pool of 8 meters times 4 meters times 3. And this really allows us to test vehicles before going to the sea. As you probably heard in the beginning, I'm from the University of Zagreb. Zagreb is an hour and 40 minutes from the coast. So if we ever need to go to the sea for each test that we need to do, it will be very expensive and time consuming. So now we can test everything in the lab and then go to the environment. That also allows us to develop and reach innovation. In particular, these two were built by us and are very much used both for educational purposes and for research activities. And this one is a product now of one of our spin-offs. To complement the infrastructure and to help out also on the educational activities and the upskilling, we need simulation because not always you can use the infrastructure, not always you can go to sea. And we develop our own simulator for both autonomous boats and underwater vehicles. In this case, it's an autonomous boat detecting other boats around. I don't want to go into technical details, but basically these are the infrastructure and resources that we use to teach and train professionals. We also have, and I think this will be interesting for you, virtual reality. This is collaboration with New Zealand, with Auckland University. And here we are calibrating a wetsuit that includes sensors. We are measuring the movement of the diver. And this is just a game that is used to make the diver do some gestures so we can calibrate the sensors. If you want to know more about this, my colleague Vladimir in the audience has a poster out there that speaks about this technology and about how can we ensure that the diver is safe by measuring his movements and see if he's freaking out, if he needs help or so on. So this is just a game, but it's actually useful to calibrate all the sensors. Now, when it comes to education, eBlueTech was not our first project on this area. We had previous educational projects, both of them Erasmus Plus, where we were teaching high school students on how to pilot an underwater robot. And this was very interesting because it was motivated by COVID pandemic. We had remote classes, lectures, poor lectures, but also remote hands-on experiments, and of course, hands-on also in person. And I think Kalipa already mentioned the gap and the skills gap. It's very important to start from young age because if not, starting at master level, it's too late. Maybe they already found a different job or profession. So we're trying to start from high school to interest people in underwater domain to eventually hopefully have professionals. So this is the view of the pool I showed you before. And this is the ROV that they had to control from home, from their schools, in Germany and also in Croatia, but kilometers away, over the internet. And they had to go through this circuit of buoys by looking only at this view and the view from the robot. So they didn't have fully situational awareness or where they were. They were 300, 500 kilometers away, and they're driving it from home after we taught them, of course. This experience with teaching young students to pilot ROVs led us also to develop already during eBlueTech several courses, including a pilot course for remotely operated vehicles, which is now offered as a lifelong learning program in our faculty. We pilot this both with students during the Aegina pilot, but also with professionals, because we had a lot of demand from some from industry, but also from government agencies like the Croatian Rescue Service to train people on how to drive ROVs. It's a course that includes both theoretical part and practical part, and that's why they're all interested to come and really learn how to do this. Here, regarding Aegina, I couldn't beat any video or any pictures that was shown before, so I really have a hard trouble now to present, but I put some technicalities just to have an idea. You saw in the video the breakwater. This was the mission planning to go over that breakwater and actually measuring and taking pictures of it. And one, I think this is very interesting thing, besides the data that we collected there, and the pilot we ran in situ later, a student did a master thesis based on that data. So it's a nice synergy that one pilot leads to new courses and leads to new education. That's why I wanted to highlight it here. We also have other courses, in particular marine robotics course in our pool, which included both lectures and 15 hours of laboratories. And I think very important, in terms of soft skills, we had a course on regulation of autonomous systems. So this is more about the law and the regulations on how to operate systems at sea, a bit of ethics, the AI Act also from the European Union, and so on. But the best example, I think, of what we've been doing for many years, and which was supported by eBlueTech in the past 2 years, is our annual Breaking the Surface conference. It's not conference, sorry, workshop. So this is an international, interdisciplinary, and I bolded this in particular, field workshop of maritime robotics and applications. This means that every year for a week, we gather archaeologists, biologists, oceanographers, roboticists. And we have lectures of high level, we have tutorials, and we have hands-on experiments. We've been doing this for 17 years, so these 17 years of successful upskilling professionals and students. We do have around 25–30% of students, but we have very much professionals as well. And in the past years, since probably, I think since 2019, we have 200 participants per year. UBluTech was involved. Last year, Calliope, Jafar, Jordi were there and gave a tutorial. And this year we also have a tutorial from my university, which also gave a lot of publicity to UBluTech because we had, of course, all publicity, flyers, and so on, and people learn more about what we do in UBluTech. But education is nothing if you don't have concrete results, or if you just train someone and then they go work on some other field, we still have the gap. So I would like also to mention the importance of moving from education to research, and what happened in our case, where we trained some students that then became researchers or PhDs or postdocs, and then they go and apply technology to maritime cultural heritage, maritime biology, and so on. This is just an example from a past project where we collaborated with other colleagues that are here also in the audience, of a survey of the Sveti Izvestan, I believe, shipwreck in Croatia. We're doing bathymetry and 3D reconstruction of the surface of this ship from the First World War. And finally, it's good if you then have people doing research on this, and if you train them for that, but that's still within the university, or you are still doing research. But we also want to get these people to the market, and we want these to become innovations. So the next step is from research to innovation. And currently, we received 50 million euros from the European Commission, 50 million euros from the Croatian state to open a center of excellence in maritime robotics and technologies. And we have seen upskill professionals joining this center, but it's still very hard for us to find the right skill set in the market. Unfortunately, until now, many of the people that we hired were people that worked with us before, but we didn't find yet new people. We put job ads, some people apply, but they don't have the right profile. We got good experience of a few people, even from outside Croatia, wanting to join us, but we are still having troubles on finding the right skill set. And that's why I think projects like UBluTech are very important to really help us out and help companies find who knows about these things. The good news is also that we have former students forming spin-offs. One of them actually won one of the awards of UBluTech Bootcamp. Another one, I can't yet disclose. He's trying to protect his IP and so on, so I cannot say, but it's a very nice idea to save people. And if I still have the time, I think I was less than 15 minutes. So I have a bonus slide. I know I cannot have such a video like the Gina one, but some video technology. It's not underwater, it's at the surface, but this is state-of-the-art autonomous ship working around without GPS. Here, it was 2 years ago actually, in January 24, where we spent a month in Abu Dhabi and we beat all other teams, including the team from Korea, a team from China and Emirates, a team from Denmark and Sweden, and a team from Poland. So we were first. And basically here we are searching for a different ship with the camera. We find it, we need to navigate towards that ship, again, without GPS, that's the hard part. Identify that is really that ship that we were searching for, because they gave us 7 ships and we needed to go to the right one. And then dock to this, because the next step would go to, with a drone, go and pick objects and bring it to our catamaran. So you'll see, this is the point cloud from the LiDAR, showing the ship that we are identifying that we want to move towards. And now this is the representation of our catamaran going towards the ship. And you'll see at the end here, so this is the robotic arm, which would then do manipulation to pick up objects. And this is the hook system that after 3 weeks at sea, we realized that we needed to have better docking, because the original plan of using suction cups didn't work. After a lot of salty water on the suction cups, they wouldn't stick. So we had to go engineering style, practical skills, and do a hook with wood bought in some place that we found that had these basic materials. So here you see, this is fully autonomous. There's people in the catamaran just for safety, but the whole mission was fully autonomous and we won this challenge. With that, I'll like to finish just to let you know that later this year we will have a conference in Croatia that's about measuring sea state, let's say measuring sea parameters, metrology for the sea. It's an IEEE conference in Šibenik, a beautiful UNESCO location with 4 sites of UNESCO in the radius of 30 kilometers, and I'd like to invite you for that. Thank you very much. I'll be open to your questions.
Thank you very much. I think we got started a little late, but if there's one question maybe, and then we can save some more for later, but if somebody has a question for the speaker?
Fausto, thank you very much. This
You're
was
welcome.
very interesting, and we know that you are leading innovation in Europe on the robotic system. I have a question on what you said, that when you are searching for suitable candidates, you
Yes.
cannot have the right skill matches, which is very interesting.
Yes.
What does that really concretely mean? Is that in Europe and in other universities, there are no trainings that can correspond to the level of skills that you require for your work?
It's a mix. I mean, the problem is also the field is a niche field in a way. So, and because it depends also on the projects. Now we have a project that's very much towards industrialization. So we need people that really have experience at sea, that know what they're doing, that know the field. In some cases, for instance, for software engineering that it's not related to the sea, then we can find a lot of people. Then the problem there is that the markets on the industry side, the salaries are much higher, so then they refuse the jobs. But on the part of maritime robotics, there's not many people in Europe. And the other problem we even have a nice joint master with Spain and Hungary. We have students that come over, but for the last semester they go for thesis in Germany or so on, and then they never want to go back to Croatia. So being a peripheral country also, it's hard. And I didn't mention, but this center, because we got 30 million euros, has salaries way above Croatian average and way above what we pay in university. And still, it's hard to attract from outside Croatia. We found a few candidates that want to join even from Canada. But in general, there's not many people that want to join to Croatia and that know maritime robotics. That's our main issue right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was wonderful. So our next speaker we have coming up is Loris Barbiere, and they will be speaking about innovative technologies for the documentation and valorization of underwater cultural heritage.
Thank you for the introduction. So I'm going to show you just a few of the digital and underwater technologies that we have developing and are developing in at University of Calabria, starting from this underwater 3D vision system that consists into a trifocal vision that can be used to support the operator during the documentation, monitoring, but also for the underwater manipulation activities. And we used a commercial vehicle. This is a observer class ROV that we have used as a technological platform that we have equipped with a number of acoustic and optical sensors, among them this 3D vision system that consists of a high-resolution camera placed at the center and then a stereo camera. And this system has been designed to operate until 300 meters down. And now we have reached a technological maturity of 8. So we are talking about a TRL 8 because we have tested and validated this system into real operative condition. And here you can see a brief video during the experimentation carried out in the marine protected area of Capo Rizzuto in the south of Italy. And during the mapping of the Bengala shipwreck, that is
at a depth of 30 meters. And in this case, we are using the high resolution camera in order to acquire the data to perform the 3D reconstruction. And the stereo camera in this case is used to perform the scaling of the 3D model. And as I told you before, in addition to the optical sensor, we have equipped this vehicle also with acoustic sensor, in particular the multi-beam that we used to perform also acoustic survey. And then by integrating optical and acoustic survey, we realize a multi-resolution 3D model in order to reconstruct a large area and to have the details only where they are needed. And the vehicle is equipped also with a robotic arm with an end effector that we have designed specifically for the underwater cultural heritage. In this case, we are talking about a 3-finger adaptive gripper, because as we know, the manipulation for the archaeological remains, in this case, we need to be precise and to manage this, such kind of things. And the problem is that about underwater manipulation, there are many issues, starting from the visibility. And our idea is to move towards a smart underwater manipulation. And in order to achieve this aim, our first step is to develop a digital twin of the ROV and also to replicate all the sensor behavior, data flow, and control logic. In practice, we are using this digital twin in order to test a variety of underwater scenarios. And we are trying to adopt augmented reality technique to allow the operator to have more to improve his awareness, perception of an underwater scenario. And this is possible thanks to the stereo camera, because give us all the data in order to calculate the precise distance that we have between the end effector and the target. We are now testing 3 different augmented reality visualization. The first one, on the left, you can see that augmented on the video of the camera of the ROV, we have a color map, which color is related, each color is related to a specific distance between the target and the effector. In the second case, we have a binary overlay. The green area means that this area can be reached by the end effector, otherwise not. In the last user interface, we see a red vector that gives us the exact distance and angle that we have between the target and the effector. So this is just a first prototype of this digital twin that we are using for this aim, but also for the training of the students. Then about underwater technologies, we are also developed some tools specifically to support the work carried out by the underwater restorers. Because as we know, they usually use terrestrial tools that are readapted for the underwater scenario. And so we implemented a user-centered design approach. That means that the end user were involved in all the different stages of the design process, starting from the concept stage. This is an electric underwater brush tool that can be used by restorer in order to remove the biofouling from the surface of the underwater artifacts. And on this tool, there are 2 patents, one for the possibility to change the end effector directly underwater. Now the user is changing the brush, but it is possible to use also an end effector for the micro-coring sampling. And furthermore, the operator can also change the battery directly underwater. In this manner, we make more efficient the work carried out underwater. And this is a video of the experimentation carried out in Baia, where underwater restorers are using this device, and they were very happy about the performance of these tools. A second tool has been developed for the consolidation activity. This is a multi-purpose tool because it's mainly used, designed in order to inject mortar directly underwater, but this tool can also be used for the water sampling or sediment sampling. And also in this case, we have designed this tool to have a modular architecture in order to allow the operator to change some part directly underwater. And here another example of the experimentation carried out in Baia, where in which the user is performing consolidation activities. About the valorization underwater cultural heritage, we are experimenting some technique related always to augmented reality, but applied underwater. Idea is to use the 3D model realized through the 3D video, the 3D underwater system, and use this data to provide the information directly underwater to the tourist. And this is possible thanks also to the adoption of underwater localization systems. And for this reason, we have developed a smart buoy that is equipped with a new SBL device, so a device that allows to localize the diver underwater, and combined with an underwater tablet that provide different kind of information. For example, the diver can receive messages from the guide. We can imagine a diver within an underwater ecological park. Then the guide send the messages to all the divers, but also when the diver is approaching a point of interest, then the tablet visualize additional information. For example, also a 3D, an hypothetically 3D reconstruction of the shipwreck, for example. And here you can see also the video. In this case, the buoy is a foldable buoy. It is very light. The weight is 5 kilograms. And then, thanks to these devices, it's possible to know the exact position of the diver. And then when the diver approach the buoy, he receives this kind of information. Then all these knowledge and competencies have been used in order to implement BlueTech courses at University of Calabria. I show you just few of them. We had courses about digital technologies for underwater cultural heritage surveying. Another one, for example, about digital system for remote environmental monitoring, where students had the possibility to use both the digital tool, the digital twin for the training activities, but also to experiment directly with this device into a pool. And this course instead was specifically for PhD students to provide them the extended reality technique that can be used for the valorization of the underwater cultural heritage. And in this slide, I show you just an example about the results achieved by some students that have attended some of these BlueTech courses at the University of Calabria. This is a virtual prototype of an unmanned surface vehicle for marine litter collection, developed entirely by the students. And this is a virtual prototype that has been tested also in terms of structural and fluidodynamics analysis. This means that they have already reached a technological maturity of 3. And just to give you an understanding of what are the possibilities that we have offered to the students thanks to these UBLUTEC courses. In fact, as we have seen in the previous presentation, BlueTech operate on different levels, but from an educational didactic point of view, I can tell you that we are very happy, and also the students are very happy because they have gained new competencies, especially related to the blue career needs. And they also had the opportunity to face the practical problems related to the blue economic, to the blue economy. And above all, they have the opportunity to better understand the blue economy and the blue career in general, but also to understand the importance to protect the ocean and the sea. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do we have a question from the audience or any questions? I have a question.
Yeah.
So we have small ROVs at our university, and we're always afraid to hand them over to the students to use because they cost a lot of money.
Yeah.
So what are some of the kind of ways in which we can build on our ability to get students up to speed? Is there some like scaffolding, like learning how to use certain things before you just throw an ROV in the water and have a student take it over?
Yes, this is one of the reasons why we have developed this digital twin to allow to give time to them to know before the theoretical aspect, then some practical aspects, and then move in the pool before to go on the sea. So
that's great. Thank you.
yeah, sure. Yes. There are different approaches, yeah.
I think the key for us is to move up from our 2,000 euro ROVs because that's all we have right now. Okay, thank you very much. We do have another question.
First of all, thank you for a really intriguing presentation regarding technical solutions for divers. Just a short overview, what are the biggest challenges in diving technologies regarding navigation, augmented reality? What are the biggest challenges that you see in future, maybe in next 5 years?
Yes,
in your lab?
the main challenges is the data fusion of these different kind of sensor. Because about the augmented reality, we are using mainly the data from the stereo camera, but our idea is to try to take advantage of all the different sensors that have been equipped on the ROV. So both acoustic and also about the acoustic, especially when there are problems of visibility underwater, that then in that case the acoustic sensors could be very useful. So our idea is to implement an integration of all this kind of data oriented to augmented reality visualization.
Thank you.
Our next speaker that we have coming up is Marcel Reich with a team from Germany, and their presentation is Overview of Underwater LIBS, Opportunities and Challenge for In Situ Monitoring of Submerged Cultural Heritage.
Okay, thank you for the introduction. Hello, everyone. My name is Marcel Rieck. I'm a researcher at the Laser Center of Hanover in Germany. And today I will introduce you some technologies like laser-based monitoring for the cultural heritage underwater. and in this case is LIPS. But first, I will introduce my institute. So LZH is an extramural independent and non-profit institute. We are covering the full value chain of photonics. That means from optical components to laser-based processes and applications. And within this framework, underwater laser applications and spectroscopy form a lone standing research focus. And on the right-hand side, you can see the areas we identifies future trends for the laser technology itself. But in my case, I'm working for the Underwater Technology Group, and this is maybe the most interested topic here. The Underwater Technology Group combines laser-based material processes and sensing underwater. On the processing side, these includes welding and safety-related applications. On the sensing side, LIPS is a key technology for the in situ chemical analysis. So this combines this combination is essential for operations. Lasers reliable in submerged environments. Yeah, LIPS. LIPS stands for laser-induced spectroscopy. It's a non-contact analysis method for determining elemental compositions. The advantage here is that no sample preparation is required, and is suitable for all types of samples. The technique is easy to explain. So we have a laser, we're creating a plasma on the surface, and this plasma emits element-specific light, so we can detect via spectrometer, and can compare this spectra in the middle down with database, so we can see which element is inside of the sample surface or the artifact in this case. Yeah, the principle of LIPS is shown here schematically in this slide. So the process is initiated by absorption of energy by a pulsed laser, which is focused on the surface, on the substrate. The absorbed energy is rapidly converted into heating and resulting in vaporizing. So a plasma is created within the vapor and the surrounding atmosphere, which leads to the excitation of the material components and their radiation emissions. So, and when the plasma cools down and the surface emits element-specific light, this emission is spectroscopically resolved and detected with the spectrometer. So this on air, but water is fundamentally changes the LIPS process. First, the medium water itself. Compared to the air, water has a high density, low compressibility, and significant optical damping, depending on the wavelength we are using. That means that both laser and emission light are fundamentally altered over the distance in water. Second is the plasma foundation. Underwater, it is strongly affected by hydrodynamic confinement. And as you can see in the picture in the middle, the available time window for useful emission is extremely limited, and it's also reduced by higher depth. So we have a limit from a few microseconds where we have to detect between the pulse and the emission light. So the third are spectral effects like the dominant continuums, strong line broadening, self-absorption, and a very typically low line to background ratio. So that means underwater LIPS requires precise timing and adapted exciting strategies. And these strategies you can see here. So the underwater LIPS can be split into different types. Single pulse, so it's common in normal atmosphere, that we use short pulses because we have no cooling effects during the water. And as you can see on the left-hand side down there, we have only continuums underwater, and we can upscale this the intensity of the measurements by using a long pulse laser. And This is the direct plasma formation in the water, but the other strategy is a multi-pulse laser for the bubble-assisted measurements. So normally the double pulse laser, that means the first pulse is creating a cavity underwater with a normal atmosphere inside, and the second pulse can create the plasma inside of this cavity to create a stable plasma to measure a good intensity. Other researchers goes into the long and short double pulse lips because the long pulse is creating the cavity and can stabilize the plasma we are going to create. And then it's in the lab, the extended bubble stabilization to use more than 2 pulses, but then the lasers got it's being bigger and not so many manufacturers on the market. They are delivered this type of lasers. The most common influencing parameters include the laser parameters such as wavelength, pulse energy, and the laser profile. So it's single or multi-pulse, which determine the amount of ablation. In addition, there's our process parameters like the pulse delays between the pulses in case of multi-pulse and the delay between the pulses and the spectrometer integration time. Of course, the environment conditions also have a significant influence on the process. The method can therefore be used in normal atmosphere, but also in argon as environment, and in this case with water as the ambient pressure, the medium. The concept for the in situ underwater lips can be seen here. So first, the external or lab-based system. It's only for designing optical components for the lips system and for samples to create a baseline for future measurements. So the laser and spectrometer are outside the water, and the optical coupling is via window or fiber, and the samples are in water basin. The second one is a diver deployed system. So you can have a compact sensor head. The laser is outside of the water. It's connected via fiber. And this is the operation is only for moderate depth up to 10, 50 meters, depending on the length of the fiber and the wavelength of the laser system. And then the fully integrated deep sea system. So we have the whole lip system in one pressure housing. It is mounted on the ROV or AOV, and we can use it until the deep sea applications for, in our case, up to 6,000 meters. We have successfully used it. And for the cultural heritages, here the motivations. So the as you know, the heritages are constant explored by chemical, physical, and biological degradation. So we have losses in historical material due to corrosion, biofouling, and wave actions. And actually, there are no systematic or continuous monitoring of these artifacts. That means that degradation remains undetected. So this slide summarizes how underwater lips can be applied to underwater heritages. So on the left-hand side, the main application in context. So material characterization, corrosion assessment, environmental interaction, and in situ and and that the system has to be in situ and non-invasive. The center shows the main goals of monitoring systems, which have to be non-destructive, remote or autonomous, with sufficient accuracy and for monitoring purpose. At the same time, special-based alerting and the emission requirement supports long-term deployments. So while LIPS in this case, from a heritage perspective, the key advantage of this technology is that it avoids sampling. So this allows repeated observations of the same artifacts over time, which is essential for monitoring degradation processes. In our case, in the project of Nerites, we are going to develop a LIPS system and also a framework to monitor them. So this slide shows the conceptual framework we use in Narites for the systematic degradation assessment of underwater cultural heritage sites. So this framework is structured around three main pillars, which together link site understanding, sensing, technology, and autonomous operations. The first one is the heritage site classification. Here underwater, heritage sites are classified into archetypes based on historic relevance, ecological conditions, and conservation status. This step is crucial because it allows us to define customized monitoring and conservation strategies instead of using a one-size-fits-all approach. The second one is the sensor-equipped AOV enables high resolution and continuous data acquisitions directly at the site. The collection are analyzed using AI-supported methods allowing pattern recognition and database decisions. This is where material-specific sensing technology, such as LIPS, contribute chemical compositional indicators of degradation. The third one is the autonomous mission suite. Based on the site classification and the monitored degradation state, the autonomous mission are executed using customized protocols. These missions are dynamically adapted to site conditions, which is essential for long-term monitoring and fragile underwater heritage. So together, these three pillars form the closed loop from site understanding, adaptive monitoring, and long-term prioritization. Here from the HZH, previous research project for LIPS underwater. We have project Robust, that was a laser-based system or developing of LIPS system. We are using in 6,000 meters depth to find raw materials like rare earth, copper, gold, etc. And here we develop a LIPS system for this great depth in water and successfully tested in the Pacific. The second one was LIPS 60. That was more fundamental investigation of the double pulse LIPS in hydrostatic pressure. So we analyze the influence of process parameters, cavity lifetime, breakdown behavior in water, and the absorption of broadening mechanism in the lab. Yeah. In my case, I'm working for the project Narites. So it's a systematic autonomous remote surveying of underwater cultural heritage, monuments, and artifacts using non-destructive, cost-effective, and transportable digital solutions. We have 14 partners split in Europe, and this is the concept, a rough concept of this project. So we have different types of sensors. Also, the LIPS sensor is mounted on an AOV, which is diving to artifact from artifact to artifact to make some measurements, goes back to the docking station for recharging and data transfer to the buoy, and then send every data to the control center, which is onshore, to correlate every parameter and create some classifications of the artifact itself. So we are going to develop a LIPS sensor, which has some specials compared to the common LIPS systems on the market. We are using a green double pulse laser. That means we have high transmission in the water, so we can bridge higher distances up to 300, 500 millimeters. That's important because we want to avoid some touching between the AOV or the sensor with artifacts. So we have to bridge high distances. We are integrate a laser scanner to monitor not also one point of the artifact, more the whole artifact itself, and to get a better picture of the degradation status. Yeah, this is Project Narites. You can follow us in social media, and the project goes until end of this year. In the summer, we have the first pilot tests, and yes, thank you very much.
Super interesting presentation. Do we have any questions from the audience? I do have a question. I always have questions. So my question is related to, there's a lot of PPWs, as we call them, potentially polluting wrecks around the world related to World War II with UXO, and they're full of oil and munitions and things like that. Have you discussed any potential projects with some of the groups that are researching those? Because I would see that this could be a really useful way of collecting data that's non-destructive and is in situ on these World War II wrecks.
We haven't discussed about this application, but for the LIPS system itself, it's only in lab. It's a lab concept. It's more in the previous project we have, as you see, have seen for the raw material, but it's also applicable for searching for or to monitor or to classify these types of things. Shipwrecks, yes.
Any other questions? Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much. Seems to have a lot of potential. I also have a question related to underwater cultural heritage. Concretely, if this works in an underwater submerged site, it identifies all the material used, it analyzes the chemical composition, maybe I'm wrong, it analyzes the chemical composition and monitors the state from 1 year to after 3 years.
That's the idea of monitoring, yes, to collect the data of the chemical composition and monitor it over time to have an idea what kind of degradation we have or what is the influences of these chemicals to the, for example, the biological or chemical degradation.
So all identifies also material, stone, metal, ceramic.
Yes, stone, ceramic, you can measure every type of sample. So if it's iron, stone, ceramic,
And also different
sediment.
types of stones.
Sponges, biological is...
No, sponge, I'm sorry. Different types of stones, I'm sorry.
Different types of stones, yes, if they have significant differences. Stones are mostly calcium. So if you have some elements like, for example, so toxic elements like lead, so we can get a picture, okay, this is a toxic element, you can have to preserve this and that, and don't know really what to do then, but to get a better picture of the artifact itself, yes.
So and the pilots are this summer, so you're going to have results from real sites to see how it works, or you have already results?
This project, we are going to build the framework and to see, okay, this are the data we can sample. And in this summer, we are starting to go on the pilot sites and to have real world tests to test the whole system. It's not only the lip sensor, we have only sensor for the water pollution and photogrammetry technologies, and then we can maybe compare all this data to classify the artifacts.
Thank you very much. We'll wait for the results.
Thank you very much.
It's very interesting.
Thank you. Okay, so we have our next presenter who is coming up, Katia Nunes from WWF and Portugal is going to be talking about UBlueTech MOOC, developing green skills for underwater careers.
Okay, it's okay. Hi, I'm Katia. So maybe I'll just do a quick introduction about WWF. Do you know WWF? The panda is something that you already recognize. Okay, so basically we are an NGO and we work with conservation and environment. With me, I have Ana Aresta and Madalena. They are part of our team in WWF. They are here with me, and if you have any questions, you can also address them about this presentation. But basically, we want to talk to you about green skills. and how we brought green skills within UBluTech project. And when you look at this image, this is an infography from 2015. We heard from Dr. Kaliapi this morning that now this has changed, and so the ocean is in 5th place when we look about blue economy and the economy that it represents in the world. And when we talk about blue economy, we talk about sustainability as well. And are we really bringing sustainability to blue economy? We believe yes, and that's why green skills is so important. But when we also look at some studies on green skills and how they are being implemented for future careers, we know that we don't have a lot of percentage on that. And my next question is for you. Do you know what green skills are? You can say yes, you can raise your hand, you can just shake your heads. Is it similar? Yeah, I think that's a really good answer because it's really, really challenging to define green skills and what they are. And for us to start developing this with the amazing partners we have within the UBluTech project, we looked at green skills and some of the main quotes that define them. And one of them is green skills are the knowledge, abilities, values, and attitudes needed to live in, develop, and support a sustainable and resource-efficient society. So this is very broad, right? And what was the key concept framework that we used to base on and start building this course that we wanted to do was based on the sustainable development from UNESCO. So the key competencies, this is a hard word for me, I can tell you, to develop a sustainable performance. So this is one of the things that we based on. And then UBluTech is like an amazing approach for us to test this because normally we have this tendency to be inside bubbles. So we have the blue skills, then we have the digital skills, and we have the green skills. And it's normal. As in WWF, sometimes we stay in the green bubble. So it's good to have this holistic approach and see how all of them can be connected. And when we brought this approach for the green skills, we wanted to do that. So we did this structural proposal that we changed completely, and you will see. And the idea was to do like 30 hours of week training, like face-to-face training. You will have face-to-face lessons, you will have 10 modules, and you will do it for a week. So we got some of the modules and we started testing them. And we saw that we needed to do something that could reach out more and not be only done face-to-face. So we did these 12 sessions, and I see a lot of familiar faces here. There were some of the students that were part of our pilotings as well. And it was amazing to have these pilots because we had a lot of feedback. And when we talk about education and how we see it in WWF as well, is that education is adaptation as well. So what we did is that we get a lot of feedback. We tested the pilots, some of the modules, and we incorporated them based on the needs of the universities we are doing it, or even the vet professionals where we were working as well. So one of the other things that we understand that there was needed to complement this with pilots for trainers, because the idea is that, okay, I can do the green skills and I can support the university and develop the module, but it will be perfect if we have someone else that can pick this up and introduce it or integrate it within the curriculum of the university or other type of, not formation, how do you say it in English? Training, thank you so much. Another type of trainings that you are developing. So we also did these 3 pilots for trainings and also for trainers. And we asked for some of the PhD students also here to be part of the trainers that we were doing. And based on the feedback, this is just some examples of the feedback that we got. So we are asked to have specific examples for underwater technologies. Some people said that they would like to have more contents on how WWF use these green skills, more time for group discussions and dynamics, because when we talk about green skills, we talk about hands-on approach and learning by doing as well. More time for group discussions. Is it possible to do just some of the modules? So instead of doing the 30 hours training, is it possible to use some of the modules and adapt it? And more support for trainers, like I mentioned. So we had these goals and needs. One of them was accessibility. So we wanted to do something, and that's why we focused it on the massive open online course. We wanted to do something that could be translated in different languages, and that is something that we are doing. So it's in English, Spanish, it's French, and Portuguese. That's the major idea. And it's free. So it's out there. You can use it. The other one is adaptability. So you can look at it, you can search for the different modules, and you can integrate it on the lesson you are trying to implement. Replicability, so the multipliers. This is one of the things we do a lot in WWF, is that we share the tools, we train people, and we want them to be multipliers. So it's capacity building, and it's also connecting to green skills. And then, of course, the hands-on approach. So the idea is to be dynamic and to be learned by doing. So we developed this, the massive open online course on green skills, and I'm going to share some examples of it, and also the Train the Trainer's Handbook. So you have the two tools. If you are a student or someone who is willing to learn about this, you can just look at the MOOC and learn from it. But if you want to implement it within your classroom, for example, you have a Train the Trainer's Handbook with a lot of methodologies that you can use face-to-face and that you can implement. And of course, you have a lot of resources that you can also take from the MOOC. Within the MOOC, we have now 6 modules, so not 10 like in the beginning. The first one is focusing on understanding the climate crisis and environmental challenges. Of course, we are talking about nature collapse and biodiversity loss as well. The module 2, Foundations of Sustainability and Green Skills. Then nature conservation, ecosystem services, and biodiversity conservation. Active citizenship, definition and examples. Getting active and introducing to action projects. So from the very start to the beginning, from the very start to the end. And creating a sustainable underwater technology solution. So this is the hands-on approach. And the idea here is that the students create it, they think about a problem, and the main idea is for them to think about what is causing the problem, how they can find a solution, and then apply it within a real context. And just an overview, quick one. If you enter the MOOC, you will find a directory page. You can learn more about the UBlueTech project, or you can enter the modules and you have a summary of each module, and you can choose the one who fits you best. You will have some parts that are more theoretical and with a lot of references that you can use. You will have questions to make it more dynamic, not just text. We know that sometimes it can be a little bit boring. We know how that works. You will also have some videos to promote dynamic. And in the end, on module 6, you will have all the step-by-step to create this solution. And with that said, I think I'm still in time. You can take a look at the MOOC if you want. You can scan the QR code or you can use this link. Please feel free to check it. Let us know if you have any ideas, if you think we can adapt it or even make it better. We are all ears. Me and Madalena will be here until the end of the conference, so feel free to reach out to us and let us know what you think. Thank you so much.
You said. Is it better? Yeah. Okay. You said that replicability and the multiplier is important. Do you have an example of people that followed the course, organizing it themselves for other people, like a second generation?
That's a really good question. I don't have a lot of examples because we are finishing it right now, but I can give you some examples. I know that AMU wants to add it on the curriculum, so there is something that is going to happen. And also we worked with the Faculty of Science in Lisbon, and we integrated it in their curriculum as well. So it might, I'm not sure of this, but it might be a way of also keeping this going, okay? Then I don't have other examples for you right now, but I hope they will come up. And that's why also we are presenting this, because it's a really good opportunity for people to integrate it.
Thank you.
Welcome.
I would like to also add that from the trainers of trainers that you did, Katia and Madalena here in AMU, Judith Kat, that was one of the trainers, is now lecturing in the University of Malta, so that we hope that the
Perfect.
green skills and competencies will go to Malta and to the rest of the Mediterranean. I would like only to say that it was very surprising for us that I think also Fausto and Loris said this also yesterday. Universities, we are doing so many different things, but actually we are speaking about green skills. We have no idea what they are, and they're absolutely not integrated in our curriculum. And even for students, I think that it's not a conventional training, but we all need it. First of all, we trained in order to be able, so it was a great opportunity for us to have this. And the MOOC is really of a very, very high level and open to everybody and accessible. And for that, congratulations, I think, from all of us.
Perfect. I just want to say, if you want to integrate this, we are willing to have meetings with you to support you on the process of the trainers as well. So please feel free to reach out to us.
Is there any other question? Thank you.
Thank you.
And for the for the last presentation of this session, we welcome Alfonso Diniz, who is Knowledge and Training Specialist in the Business Council for Sustainable Development, Portugal. And he will be presenting how to build a nature-positive business culture through green skills.
Thank you. Hi. So my presentation, I feel like it's going to be a bit different, so I'll probably make a little bit of an introduction first. My name is Afonso. I'm a biologist. I'm a diver, so I feel like this is close to my heart, all of the subjects and stuff that's been talked about here today. Even though I have an academic background, my presentation is not going to be like that. It's not going to be technical. I feel like this is going to be a success if I'm able to make you think about nature and how it relates to the private sector, how sometimes I feel like we rush onto opinions and ways of doing things. And so I come in here on the behalf of BCSD Portugal, which is an NGO, a business association, which stands for the Business Council for Sustainable Development. And our main goal is to help companies transform the economy in benefit for people and planet. And one of the main things we like to do when we do presentations like this is to start by asking why, starting with the why. I don't know if there are any fans of books in general here, which is not a very smart question, but there's an author called Simon Sinek, which talks about leadership and culture, and he states that you should always start by asking why before you addressing any issue. And so that's what I'm going to do here today. I also thought about including some pictures about a storm that has been affecting Portugal in the last couple of days, but I don't want you to feel depressed and be apocalyptical at first before looking for the solutions. So I'm just going to ask you if you know, and there's been a lot of talk about climate change here today, if you had to guess, what's our best tool, our best way of fighting climate change? What would you say is our best ally? Do you think that you know? Is there something that comes straight to mind when you talk about fighting climate change, like one simple solution? I'm guessing there's not. Well, I would say that our greatest ally is nature, simply put. It's easier said than done. And one of the main issues, and Katia mentioned it, is that I feel like it's beyond climate change, is nature collapse. And the last WWF Living report back in 2024 told us that about 73% of wildlife populations, in the last 50 years, about 73% of wildlife populations have decreased around 50 years. And so when we walk inside the company's offices and try and talk to them about nature collapsing, it sometimes can be seen as a bit of a fluffy issue. Like you think about extinction of pandas or tigers, and sometimes it's difficult to come across as serious people who are trying to talk about sustainability in terms of meeting the needs of the present generation without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs, and making them understand that sustainability is not about recycling or planting some trees or doing beach cleanings. It's about climate, it's about nature, it's about gender equality, it's about anti-corruption, it's about profit, it's about all of these things. But circling back to nature, we had a meeting with, I don't know if you know this company, I'm not gonna say the name because there's no free publicity, but we had a meeting with one of the marketing directors for this company in Portugal. And he told us that they were completely aware of the importance extinction has for them, because when they talk about extinction, they understand that we're talking about components and materials. We're not simply talking about life forms. And so even though theoretically these resources are considered renewable, the time that it takes them to replenish their stocks is not in a time frame that's understandable for us, for our common life expectancy. And so he knew perfectly that if they continue producing these phones, by 2032, there won't be enough materials for them to continue to do so. So this is pretty much why nature is important in corporate language, even though we recognize that nature isn't just about resources. What I'm saying here is that I don't want you to think that companies believe that nature is all about extraction. So what we're trying to transmit, the information we're trying to pass along, is that nature is the foundation of our economy, from all of the biodiversity components throughout all the ecosystem services. Every single aspect is important. And I don't know if you're aware of this, but there was a study back in 2020 that said that about 55%, which means more than half of the world GDP, is high or moderately direct, has a high or moderate direct dependency on natural capital, on nature. So I wanted to ask you a question. If 55% depends highly or moderately, what would you say is the total number of our economy that depends on nature? Is it more than, can I do by show of hands who thinks it's more than 55%? The rest of you are sleeping, right? More than 75%? More than 90%? Okay, I feel like we're losing a bit of confidence, so let's just keep going forward. So this study also highlighted the percentage of direct gross value added from direct business operations and supply chain, with high, medium, and low dependence on nature by sector and activity. And here we start to understand a bit of the problem that we face on our day-to-day not here, but in Portugal, which is that historically there have been some companies who completely and fully understand how nature impacts their business because they have a direct relationship with it, whether via direct operations and supply chain. So if we talk agri-food, fisheries, food, beverages, tobacco, heat utilities, etc., you can see that red represents a high dependency on nature. And then if we come back here, if we go down, we can also understand that sectors such as information technology, banking, digital communications, even though they don't have a high or moderate dependency in their direct operations, there's always a share, even if very small, that depends highly on nature, on their supply chains. So the percentage, the question I asked before, would be 100% of the world's gross domestic product depends on nature. And you might feel like this is obvious, or it should be at least, but from our experience in Portugal, this isn't common knowledge or a common ground for the private sector. And that's why we feel the need to make sure that we also always have a common baseline when addressing these issues. And so normally this afterwards translates into natural capital, and this acronym here, which is DIRO. So natural capital is another term pretty much for just for the stock of renewable and non-renewable natural resources on Earth that just provide a flow of benefits or services to people. And by DIROs, we're talking about dependencies, impacts, risks, and opportunities. And what happens is, this is the first step for companies to get to know their relation with nature, is for them to get to know their dependencies and their impacts. And usually, not usually, sorry, there's a lot of different frameworks that tell you how you should integrate nature in your business operations. But the good news is that they all agree that one of the first steps is getting to know your dependencies. So what ecosystem services are more important for your activity, and how you impact them, whether positively or negatively. And so the good news is that there are some leading companies who are already taking action. There are a lot of organizations who have publicly disclosed information about how they integrate nature in their business operations. There are a lot of sectors, a lot of companies in different sectors who are preparing science-based targets in order for them to act on nature. A lot of reporting data, a lot of companies disclosing about water, about forest, publishing reports, and contributing to nature strategy and action plans on a country level. And so, but these data are about leading companies. And once we try to broaden out a bit of the specter, we find out that there's still a lot of work to do. And so in these companies, the majority of the information that is known is about impacts, then dependencies, then risks, and then opportunities. So they're familiar about how the ways they impact nature, mostly on a negative perspective, but there's still a lot of information to get to. And if we look at it based on the 2,000 largest companies in the world, which are target of a study that is done every year by the World Benchmarking Alliance, we see that regarding nature, a small but notable proportion of companies quantify their impacts and dependencies on nature. So 17 and 14% respectively, and only 9% quantify their nature-related risks. Similarly, when we think about the ocean benchmark, one of the things we're said is that land-based sectors are more advanced than ocean sectors in measuring their nature-related impacts, risks, and dependencies. And so I promised this was here before the morning presentations, but the conclusion is there's a little bit of the gap. And what should we do? We should mind that gap, and we're pretty much trying to face this challenge. And we know that in Portugal, it is specifically relevant because it's been one of the countries where demand for green talent has grown more in the past years. And it is estimated that the demand is going to continue to rise even more than the supply for green talent and green skills. And so this is the gap we're trying to close. And why is this especially important for Portugal? If you think about the European map, Portugal's in the corner. It's a bit small. No one really cares unless it's about football. And so if we think about Portugal like this, and I'm sure our colleagues from the islands have a lot more to say about this than I do, we can understand how much of an impact it can have if we fully harness the potential of our blue economy. And so there are stats that, and this is in Portuguese, but it just says that Portugal is the fifth largest country with the fifth largest exclusive economic zone, even though it's only the 16th larger interest in land area. And so this pretty much just lets us know that the door is wide open for us to tap in on the potential of the blue economy. And there's been movement regarding the governments, public entities, which have publicly addressed that they wish to take advantage of this. And if there isn't enough incentive already, there's been some estimations that tell us that the nature positive economy can generate $10.1 trillion a year and can create about 395 million jobs by 2030. And so in BCSD Portugal, we kind of look at this and realized that we know what the key for unlocking this potential should be. And once again, it's easier said than done, but it's all about teamwork. And what we've been talking about here today is a great example. And so we're pretty much bridging this gap and seizing this opportunity in two ways. The first one is by through a collaborative initiative, which was actually inspired by Act for Nature International, which is a French initiative, in where we mobilize companies to protect and promote biodiversity and restore ecosystems throughout their value chain. And we do this by developing, by giving them support to develop smart commitments and integrate nature into corporate strategy. And this is fundamental because so far we've seen that companies, when they try to start acting on this topic, they usually don't have enough literacy on it, and they, once again, not by bad intention, but by lack of information, they tend to do volunteering activities, they tend to do beach cleanings and random plantations of random species. And so by letting them know that nature affects their business model and is present in their operations or in their value chain, we allow them to have positive impact. And sometimes it's amazing how we see the sparkle in the eye of some of the sustainability professionals in the companies, because they're always telling us, as soon as there are budget cuts, my program is the first that gets cut or underfunded because it's all about volunteering or, I don't know, activities, actions that aren't related to the business model. And so by doing this, we're strengthening the sustainability actions of the specific company. I'm going to speed up. And so we also have them map, manage, and monitor impacts, dependencies, risks, opportunities. We have mentoring sessions with experts in biodiversity and ecosystem services, and the commitments that they take are validated by a multi-stakeholder body that includes universities, NGOs, public entities, to make sure we have all of those perspectives taken into account. We also do capacity building programs. So we have an academy which offers modular training programs at 3 levels, and specialized trainings in topics such as biodiversity and ecosystem services, carbon footprint, and also tailored to the needs of each organization. And this, once again, is really important because our trainings are practical. They're about reskilling, upskilling, and having access to technical guidance. And I want to highlight the tailored aspect of each of them because they're prepared with the companies that want us to give them training to their employees. So we're addressing the pains, the challenges of these companies directly, and by having this custom approach, we have a greater impact. And so they're based on incremental learning. We have guest speakers from different sectors and entities to provide expertise. And above all, this is the main question that we're trying to make sure every single activity we do, every single training we do, answers, which is, what can I do tomorrow in my company when this training ends? We want to make sure that they leave with the skills ready to apply on the next day when they go back to their 9 to 5, back to work. So these are the 2 main things that we're doing. And I know I'm a bit out of time, but I promise this is my last slide. I want to once again take a step back. And I feel like sometimes there's a bit of skepticism, cynicism about working with the private sector. And I want you to know that it's sustainability as a concept, even though sometimes the word gets thrown around a bit too much, and sometimes I feel like it's lost its meaning. The concept has been around since the 90s. There's been an author called John Elkington, who's considered the godfather, if you will, of corporate sustainability, who introduced the concept of a triple bottom line, which means that companies should make a profit, but they should also care about planet and people. And then later, in 2020, he introduced the 4P besides profit, planet, and people, which is P for purpose. And I wanted to finish by thanking everyone for having me, for the invitation. This is an amazing, the UBlue Tech, it's been great to get to know the project a bit more, because it's a perfect example of what we're trying to achieve back in Portugal. We're trying to make sure that all these entities, universities, NGOs, the private sector is sat at the same table to make sure that we address and we train employees with the skills that are needed to have a greater impact on a short term, because it's really urgent. And that's the only way we're gonna keep going on the direction of the creation of shared value, which pretty much means that the companies are making a profit, but are also integrating environmental and social issues in that value creation. Thank you.
Thank you. Does it work? Okay. Thank you for your presentation. Okay. Oh, okay. So thank you for your presentation. Maybe just one question because we are running a bit late. Does anyone have a question? Oh.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So your company, it focuses on economic models for sustainability. And over the last few years, over the decades, there's been several articles coming out questioning this economic valorization of both biological and cultural sites. Does your company do any modeling for more intrinsic valorization instead of economical?
Yeah, that's a great question. We've ourselves have been kind of trying to figure out what's a way of discussing it to make sure what's the best way of dealing with the valuation of nature. We're not a company as is, but we work with our community, and we have more than 200 companies with us. And one of the main topics that has been asked for us to address is nature finance. And sometimes I just wanted to, organize an event and discuss, should nature be attributed a commercial value? Does it make sense? And just talk for about 5 hours, but we need conclusions and we need something that leads to action. And so we're trying to work in a way that we can, in the near future, address topics such as degrowth or regenerative economy. But for now, I feel like our community has a lack of literacy and doesn't have a lot of knowledge on nature in a business point of view for us to get there. So we're just trying to go step by step and letting them know first that it's important for business, and then maybe someday we can address those types of subjects.
And real quick, like you're focusing on natural heritage, but
Yeah.
do you also have models including marine cultural heritage?
I feel like in our community, from my perspective, there hasn't been a lot of there hasn't been a lot of knowledge about the potential of natural heritage. I mean,
Cultural heritage?
Yeah, how we're trying to make companies understand that they can play a role is through restoration, and there's a lot of potential for it throughout and with the nature restoration law. So there are a couple of examples who have been trying to develop partnerships with universities in order to promote nature restoration in coastal areas. But we're still trying to figure out how viable those projects are, and if they are able to put together not just the nature part, but also the social, the cultural heritage. We do have a bit of work with fishers, but it's, as I said, there's not a lot of maturity, and so we're trying to, kind of keep going and develop, and by learning along the way as well.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So this concludes this session. Thank you, everyone. And now let's have a 15 minutes coffee break. And if you have more questions, you can ask them then. Thank you.
Real quick, guys, I just want to say we have our coffee and our snacks downstairs, but we also have a poster section on this level, right, off into the corner. So if you want to check out the posters, they're there. Thank you.
And please, for the next session presenters. Okay. And for UBlueTech team, please, the members stay on the stage for a photo. No coffee. No coffee for you. You stay here.
Okay, can we start with the next session on capacity building in underwater technologies and the contribution to the blue economy? We can start with the first presentation, Jennifer McKinnon, Professor and Director Program in Maritime Studies. Please.
Okay. Thank you so much. And thank you for having me here today. It's really nice to spend winter on the south coast of France instead of the eastern seaboard of the US. I made it here in between snowstorms, so I'm hoping I can make it back, or else if someone has a place I can stay, I'll just move in with you. So I'm talking a little bit about Pacific Islands. It's all the way out in the Western Pacific, so we're going to change in a little bit. In less than a month, in 1944, in June and July, there was a huge battle related to World War II between the US and the Japanese when the US invaded the island of Saipan. It was the largest amphibious invasion that had happened up until that period of time in the Pacific War. And there were massive amounts of men, women, ships, vehicles, and aircraft that were involved in that. There was also a huge loss of life, as you can see on the numbers. 3,500 US troops, 29,000 Japanese, and 5,000 civilians, which included Chamorro and Carolinian Pacific Islanders, were killed during that battle. And so the evidence is actually all over the island today. I'm going to take you in the way back time machine to 2009. I started working out there and helped develop a maritime heritage trail. We applied for a grant and developed a community project. When I went out to Saipan, I wanted to study Spanish shipwrecks, and they wanted me to study World War II shipwrecks. And so because I had experience at Florida developing maritime heritage trails, they asked me to apply for a grant to develop a maritime heritage trail for divers, because Saipan doesn't have a cash crop or anything that they export. They rely permanently on tourism, both heritage tourism and ecotourism. And so you can see from some of these photos, these are 4 aircraft, Japanese and US aircraft from World War II. It's a nice place to go and dive. And so having a heritage trail where people understand what it is they're diving on and they can promote it was important. Another slide, these are a Japanese freighter in the top left. In the bottom right is a Japanese submarine chaser. And diagonally, you see 2 Daihatsu landing craft that are Japanese. And then we have an LVT, or a landing craft, an amphibious vehicle, and a Sherman tank. 3 Sherman tanks were put onto the heritage trail. So we developed underwater guides, both in US and Japanese. At the time, Japanese and US tourists were the most popular on the island, but since then, China and Korea have been sending folks there, and also a small amount of Russian. We also developed posters that went to all of the schools and were put into the dive shops and at tourist locations for people to visit. And once we sort of had that set up, one of the things that we wanted to do was to build capacity on the island. So there were folks who were doing archaeology terrestrially, but they weren't doing underwater archaeology at the Historic Preservation Office and the other regulatory agencies. So we conducted capacity building trainings with the folks who were managers of these sites, so that they learned how to do underwater archaeology and also how to record the sites and manage them. And then we ran a heritage awareness dive training for the dive community. So that was dive shops, dive owners. We wanted to make sure that they were using the sites sustainably, right? So a lot of people understand that you don't pick pieces of coral off, but they don't understand that you don't pick up things from a shipwreck and put them in your pocket and take them home. And so we wanted to make sure that the dive operators were taking their divers out and contributing to sustainable practices in diving. We also worked on developing a 3D and a 2D film for non-divers. This is an 18-minute film that takes you on a tour of the Heritage Trail, and it's shown at the American Memorial Park, which is a national park that nearly every visitor to the island goes to. And we developed a website. If you want to hit the QR code, that takes you to the website, which we've just revamped in the last couple years, and also wrote a preservation and management plan with the Historic Preservation Office in mind and in collaboration. So with the idea that there's a lack of resources, a lack of funding, a lack of training, we wanted to make sure that the management plan that they had when we were finished with this project match the resources that were available to them. We were also really interested in sort of the ecological role of these sites as artificial reefs. So when we talk about blue economy, these are the kinds of things we were doing back in 2009. So we invited folks who could identify fish out to look at how these sites are actually attracting or not attracting fish, not just for habitat, but also food fishes, because it is a island that sustains itself on fishing as well. And so these numbers kind of helped contribute to the local community and understanding how they're not just heritage sites, but they're also ecological sites that contribute to their economy. And so one of the things we wanted to do after we set up the Heritage Trail was to monitor, because you can set up a trail, but you don't know how people are impacting it over time, and if decisions need to be made to close sites or whatnot. So we started conducting corrosion surveys, and part of that project was the idea that we would find funding and go back every 5 years. And so we've actually managed to get 15 years worth of corrosion data on all of these sites, as well as 5 sites that are not on the Heritage Trail, so control sites that aren't going to be impacted by divers. And we partnered with the Western Australia Maritime Museum, Vicki Richards in particular. And so now that we have 3 sets of interval data over 5 years, we can start to look at long-term trends about the corrosion and deterioration of these particular sites. We also noted chemical and biological impacts and have been noting those every 5 years that we go, changes on sites. And then human impacts. So how are divers impacting these sites? And you can see a range of things from somebody etching their name, graffiti into the wing of a World War II bomber, to creating fake sites. There are tourism operations that are creating fake sites and moving artifacts from different sites together and taking people on submarine tours. That's down in your right-hand side. Just within a matter of months, sort of in the middle on the right is a cockpit of a World War II Japanese plane, and that moved just within a few months. And so we track those things with photographs. Obviously, removing artifacts or moving them on site is a problem. We've also been able to manage, we managed to look at changes sort of over time and looking at specific super typhoons. So now we don't just have typhoons, we have super typhoons, because they're huge storms because of climate change, warming seas, all those kinds of things. And you can see in the top left, we have 2012, and in the bottom right, we have 2017. And there's a pretty big destruction pattern there between those 2 periods of time during which Sodalor hit the island. In 2017, we added photogrammetric surveys. So we now have data from 2017 and 2013. So working with Kota Yamafuni, who I know has been on a lot of sites in the Mediterranean, he did the first field school in 2009 with me as a student. And then so we invited him back in 2017, and we've invited him back since then. And that information has given us really accurate site plans, updated site plans, but also we've been able to do deviation analysis through Cloud Compare, which allows us to see, millimeter to centimeter changes on site. So it's no longer just looking at two different photos back and forth to see, ooh, what has changed? Now we actually have models that are overlaid on top of each other, and we can measure how much change has happened on site. So in the red areas, you can see that there's a significant amount of change compared to what should be all blue. That also gives us data if we do a big enough photogrammetric model of what's happening around it too, like shifting sands, erosion, and also coral growth. So that's another additional layer of data that we can look at in terms of how these sites are changing over time. More recently, we've been trying to apply AI or machine learning using LiDAR bathymetry data. So on the left-hand side, you can see this is 2019 data that was collected by the NOAA, our National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. This is 1 meter cell size resolution. And so we had a colleague of mine was working on using ArcGIS to create a deep learning workflow to identify ships using that bathymetry. So actually inputting known sites, like you can see up here in the top right-hand side, there's 2 shipwrecks here, and training a model to try and find sites that we haven't identified. And we found out that it actually works pretty well in about up to 15 meters because the visibility is so good and there's less particulate in the water. But beyond 15 meters, it's not a great we didn't have much success, but we do need to get higher resolution data. So that's what it boils down to, because we do think that we can get deeper depths of identification. We conducted target testing on the site. We use things like Avenza and ArcGIS field maps that you can hold on your phone. When you upload the bathymetry onto the Avenza maps, you can tell the divers who are going down to dive exactly what target they're going to be looking for, especially when they're on rebreather, it's deep. This is really great. And we've also sent down ROVs to do photogrammetric surveys of the sites as well. So when we think about blue economy, I was joking, I feel like I've been doing it for a little bit now, but we now have some words to talk about that, because heritage tourism is huge in terms of the economy of small Pacific islands. And so we've been adding additional elements to that. So the last few things are we've added a researcher, Dr. Aaron Field, who's been working with us to look at the microbiome of these aircrafts and shipwrecks. So we've been scraping the microbiome or microbiofilm and then looking at sulfide-reducing bacteria to understand biological corrosion on the site and degradation. Also identifying species on the wreck. So no longer do we have to do visual surveys. We can just scoop up water and identify species because they're constantly sloughing off their DNA. And we are collecting water and sediment samples to look at heavy metal contamination around the wrecks themselves. So what is the environment doing to the wrecks, but also what is the wreck doing to the environment and to the fish, the food fishes, and all those kinds of things that are out there. All of this work would not have happened without local partners on island. From the very beginning, we centered our work on community engagement and collaboration and capacity building. And so each one of the folks who first did the training are now coming back out with us on different iterations of this project over the last 15 years in different positions. Now they're actually sort of the leaders of their organizations. They're the lead managers, and so it's been great to see them grow, and also still working with youth as well. So interns, high school interns, and things like that. Coda Yamafuni has also started training Japanese divers, local Japanese divers, to continue to do photogrammetric modeling on the sites as well. And we also have been training veterans, so veterans locally and also veterans that come from the mainland to conduct citizen science with us on these projects. So that is kind of my tour of sort of what we've been doing and our movement towards understanding new technologies and how to apply them with regards to understanding the blue economy of Saipan and how underwater cultural heritage is incredibly important to the community, and it has to be a sustainable approach. And these are a lot of the folks that we have partnered with, and if you hit that QR code, there's that's the latest project we ran in 2023. So thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. There are any questions? Yes, there is one.
Hi.
Hi.
In your opinion, how I can protect coral reef and do conservation and preservation to archaeological artifacts in the same site?
Yeah, so we partner with marine biologists whenever we go out and we collect data. So when we're collecting archaeological data, we're also collecting, we have researchers who are collecting data on coral. So when we do the photogrammetric models of the sites, all of that data goes back to the Division of Coastal Resource Management, and they're able to use that data in management. They have been doing quite a bit of coral studies out there, and they've been growing coral in different places. They haven't actually started growing coral on the shipwrecks or the aircraft, but I'd be really interested to see them using those sites also as a place for coral propagation.
I have case study for amphora with coral reef on it, and the archaeologists want to remove coral reef to do 3D modeling for amphoras, but the environment specialist refused that. So I try to manage the site and by a new methodology to protect coral reef also, and I can do conservation and preservation to this site. So what is the suitable methodology? Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, it's definitely sort of in conflict with each other, right? So finding methods to be able to record layers, I think would be really important, right? So we may have some technologies that we can apply for understanding recording of layers where you can sort of peel back digitally, peel back the coral, the marine growth off of an object.
Okay, thank you.
Any other question? Another one here, please.
So I have two questions. The first question, sorry, right here, based on the blue economy, and the second on sustainable tourism. When it comes to the dive shops in Saipan, are the owners of these dive shops the indigenous Chamorro, or are they Westerners who have landed there? You know, who gets the benefit of that? And this, well, you can answer that first.
Yeah. So the interesting thing is the dive shops are owned. I think there's only one U.S. or American like mainlander, right, that owns a dive shop. Most of them are owned by locals or the Japanese, Korean, or Chinese. So the tourism sector. But there are laws that require them to hire local Chamorro and Carolinian Pacific Islanders.
Great, thank you. And then, is there any future projects for the Lower Marianas, such as Guam, which also had the Battle of Guam, where perhaps there's less remains from the battle, though I can think of a few, but which receive tens of thousands more tourists, and which could have a larger impact on informing these tourists and having a more sustainable tourism on the island?
Yeah, I guess the question is when you say a larger impact, my question is there a larger impact on a small island who is benefiting from a heritage tourism, like a trail or something like that, right? That has a huge impact on a local community versus a larger community.
So I'm not talking about the economy anymore. I'm talking more about informing these tourists, these tens of thousands of tourists that come every year, and not destroying the sites, not pillaging.
Yeah.
I feel like in Guam, if you install a heritage trail there's much more opportunity to inform more individuals on this more sustainable tourism project that we're working on at this conference.
Yeah, so there's not like tens of thousands of tourists that are coming. So there's not as many tourists as you would imagine, because it costs $2,500 to get from the Western or from the US out to the Western Pacific. It's a little, it's less expensive for like the Asian market. But when we had COVID and the economic crash happened, and all the eggs were in the basket of the Asian market for a lot of these Pacific Island communities, it has literally devastated them. So the only real draw for Guam is probably the military and the buildup, the U.S. buildup of the military, which is its own hot mess right now in the Pacific. So there isn't a heritage trail, but there is a national park there, and they've interpreted some of the sites there on the invasion beaches. There's a few that have been interpreted, and the dive shops do a pretty good job on Guam of like taking tourists out. And Bill Jeffrey is on Guam. He teaches at University of Guam, and has like a pretty big sort of input into like the diving community there.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you.
So next we'll have, I hope I'll pronounce more or less all the names, Tuatia Amarwa, Marui, excuse-moi, Donia Bourret, presenting the Archeophy project 2022-2024, training and upskilling for Algerian underwater archaeologists from learning to practical application.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation and the organization. I'm very happy to present today with Dunia at home, the Archeophy project. So the Archeophy project, archaeometry and geophysics applied to archaeology through the site of Tipaza in Algeria, which was founded by the French Ministry of Europe and Foreign Affairs, had three main objectives. First, to support capacity building of the Algerian project members and students in geosciences applied to archaeology, with geophysics, archaeometry, underwater archaeology, geomorphology, etc. Two, to practice interdisciplinarity to support heritage conservation and scientific research through the fieldwork in Tipaza with the equipment that was purchased by the project and for future local projects. Three, to participate in the knowledge preservation and promotion of Tipaza, which is a UNESCO World Heritage Site, and this to all kinds of public. So during the 2 years, we had mainly 15 trainings, theoretical and practical, in Algeria, France, and Greece. We had also a lot of mobilities, 55, with a total of more than 500 days. So applied geophysics in archaeology and archaeometry are still relatively uncommon in Algeria, and this is one of the central focuses of the project, with the purchase of equipment, training of trainers by suppliers, and then the application of these methods through analysis and large-scale surveys. For example, concerning fieldwork, we realized the first characterization of local granite and provenance of the column shafts of Tipaza and Caesarea. And we also made geophysical surveys using GPR, magnetic, and ERT methods in the eastern part of the city. We also had the courses that covered ceramics and topography in Algeria and in France. Several important and innovative initiatives have specifically concerned coastal and underwater archaeology, which we will focus on in the rest of this presentation. Firstly, there have been several seminars with colleagues such as Morad Al-Amouri, Marie-Brigitte Carr, and Nicolas Carayon. Nicolas Carayon realized the testing and demonstration of core drilling equipment at the Tipaza University site that was bought by the project for this institution. We had also specialized practical trainings in underwater archaeology for 8 Algerian archaeologists. These training courses aim to support future scientific research that will be carried out by these partners in Algeria, including individual equipment for each member. The 8 members had different profiles. We had 3 lecturers, 1 professor, 1 PhD student from the universities of Tipaza and Guelma. And from the Ministry of Culture, we had 2 researchers and the director curator of the Tipaza site. The first step, as you see in the pictures, the first step was the certification 0B for archaeology at the Institut National de Plongée Professionnelle at Marseille, whose main objective is to be able to prepare, organize, assess, and ensure the safety of hyperbaric interventions involving immersion to depths of up to 12 meters. This action was necessary, firstly, because there is no real training of this type in Algeria, and secondly, because this certificate is mandatory for anyone wishing to participate in fieldwork carried out by French institutions such as Aix-Marseille University or the DRASM. So the aim was to enable colleagues to participate in these French projects in the future, like we did at Egina. We also had a masterclass around these thematics also at Aix-en-Provence. The Archaeophy project, in collaboration with the Egina Habro City project and the UBluTech project, organized a week of intensive practical training in June 24 at the ancient port on the Egina Island. The aim of this collaboration was to complete the capacity building and the improvement of skills for the 8 Algerian colleagues using the most recent technologies. Why Egina and not Tipaza? In reality, it was impossible to have the authorization for foreign divers in Algeria. That is why the project had the wonderful opportunity to relocate to Egina, and we are very, very grateful for this. This action was very challenging in terms of mobility from Algeria to Greece, with the matter of visa, etc., but finally it worked. The 50 hours of trainings were provided by different scientific partners and alongside also with Argentine colleagues. They covered photogrammetry, topography, 2D and 3D mapping, 3D bathymetry, multi-beam sonar, etc. We have realized a specific video of this action, which is available online with the QR code that you have here, and that gave an overview of this action also. Okay. The project also tried to respond as effectively as possible to specific training needs. Here are two examples. The first one is Najib Ben Houda, who is interested in conservation, treatment, and restoration of submerged artifacts, and who participated in the excavation of the shipwreck of Laurent XI, of the Laurent with the Montmartre students. The second is Donia Borey, who is studying port facilities in Algeria and who was part of the excavation of the Roman port of Fréjus last summer. It was very important also to think about next generation. Two Algerian students have succeeded in integrating the Montmartre master. First, Ayman Sharif Slimane, who specialized in naval architecture, and Sami Marok in ceramology. Now I'm very happy to give the floor now to Dunia, who was part of the project and who is now practicing different methods for her own research field.
Hello, everyone. So following this presentation of the Archeophy project, I will share my feedback on the study conducted on Tigzirt, which is a region in Kabylia. And as a diver, of course, it is a part of my PhD thesis, but here I'm here to present as a diver of the Jazeera Club, which I am a member. So the Jazeera Club is a non-profit sport underwater activity association located in the marina of Tigzirt, and it provides diving training and promotes environmental and sustainability, as well as the preservation, promotion, and enhancement of cultural heritage. So to have some context here, the site was already mentioned in Pseudo-Silax. It is an archaeological site, was sited in Pseudo-Silax. Up to the 1st century, it had a mixed Numidian and Punic population. It first became a pagus of Rusukuru, which is just across the sea at 30 kilometers from Tigzirt. And then in the 3rd century, it became a municipum itself. It was destroyed by the Vandal, and before the Byzantine took it back and built a wall, which is in orange, fortification in orange, and built also a fortress there. And Tigzirt is one of the ports, I said already that I'm actually studying for my thesis. And I will, the research of spatial analysis have challenged the dominant hypothesis of being a portless city, or having a simple natural anchorage at Ionion. Our field demonstrated the existence of constructed port facilities and that integrated the ancient municipum in the regional and Mediterranean maritime networks. As for the club, as an illustration of the commitments of the club to the environmental protection, we organize annual and coastal underwater cleanups campaign together with local national authorities. And we also participate in international initiatives and projects, such as the campaign for plastic-free seabed, Mediterranean Day for plastic-free seabed, and initiated by the Canada Fund for Local Initiatives, and designed to support small projects proposed, implemented by local organizations. And beyond the general coastal protection initiative, we collaborate with local partners on targeted recovery projects as fishing nets and to remove and recycle sunken maritime debris. And as we made all these discoveries, actually the club was promoting itself this circuit of in the site of the ancient port, but they were not aware of what it was. And after our research, they integrated it as I don't know how to say this in English, un parcours ciblé. A targeted, targeted route, but it also so it integrated the ancient port site into the diving circuit, among other activities, as raising awareness among the population and building artificial and developing artificial reefs. And we promote also the region history that is less known, if I may say, through underwater diving trails, including the World War II HMS Davis shipwreck, torpedoed by the submarines, German submarine, and now it lying in two sections at 38 meters, yes, and 42 meters depth. And the second trail is a natural. It's a natural site which is full of biodiversity. Unfortunately, my GoPro is not that good. So if you see here the pictures, I'm sorry for the pictures, they are not quite good. But we have some structures that we know as the submerged pyramids, and it's actually look like a pyramid with the base, which is like a real pyramid, and the wall of life, which every stage we can see a different kind of biodiversity, and it's really amazing. So the Archeophy project, training with local communities' commitments, creates a sustainable model of integrating archaeological research to marine conservation and cultural tourism, ensuring Tixirt's submerged heritage remains protected and valued for the future.
You can say it. From Tipaza to Egina through Marseille, thank you to all the colleagues and all the institutions.
Thank you very much. Questions for the two speakers?
Thank you.
I have a question. So you showed the project was finishing in 24, right? Did you have a follow-up project or do you have plans for the future?
I hope so. If France and Algeria can have a diplomatic relationship, a good one, because actually there is some problems. But I'm very confident because well, Dunia is the example that at least the project was useful for the future. And this work is going to. He has to be realized by Algerians. So we just try to help them and she's beginning yes this.
Thank you. There's one more question there.
Hello, just one short question. What do you mean underwater hunters? C'était au diapo, enfin juste avant la fin, troisième diapo avant la fin. Voilà, et là,
Oui.
Wild hunting, underwater hunting, hunters. What do you mean about that? What is exactly?
Okay. So in Algeria, it is there are rules, there are laws, etc. But we always have black sheep that are trespassing the laws, and among them we have the wild hunting, and these last years the country is trying it already succeeded to limit the hunting, which is the how do we say? Yeah, the spear fishing, etc. Oui, c'est de la chasse sous-marine. En fait, c'est une activité qui est très répandue et qui est légale, etc. Mais il y a certains plongeurs qui trépassent ça. Oui, c'est légal, mais c'est surtout par rapport aux sites. Il y a des sites qui sont protégés, des sites naturels protégés, mais il y a des gens qui y vont to fish because we have big pieces. Okay.
Any more questions? No? Okay.
So our next presentation will be held by Zelasco. The subject of this presentation will be enabling research and access to underwater cultural heritage with BCT Hubs Blue Technologies.
Good. Hello, my name is Zelasco from the Bulgarian National Center for Underwater Archaeology, and I would like to first thank the organizers for the opportunity to present the BCT Hubs project during this conference. So the BCT Hubs project is a Horizon Europe program, which main goal is to develop 3 regional blue culture technologies hubs in Malta, Greece, and Bulgaria. It combines 15 partners from those three countries, and from Italy, the company 3DR Research, which is responsible for some of the technological developments of the project. And the focus of the project is based on promoting cooperation between various local actors, such as public and academic institutions, NGOs, and business entities. And they are aimed at assisting the study and protection of the underwater cultural heritage, on promoting underwater cultural heritage assets before the public, and helping develop local entrepreneurial landscapes in the field of the blue economy. And of course, to develop and adapt new blue culture technologies which can aid underwater cultural study and protection, which is actually the main focal point of this presentation. I will present you briefly the 6 technological advancements that are subject to these projects. But first, a few words on actually the question why we are putting efforts on developing these technologies. This is because we have some challenges that stand before the study of the underwater cultural heritage and protection. And of course, as you might imagine, one of the main challenges is the high cost of underwater research. Another thing is that dive missions and underwater excavations are very time-consuming and costly in terms of resources and money. So we need more efficient ways in order to help advance the study and protection. Another crucial factor is that the actual monitoring of underwater cultural heritage sites is very hampered by the nature of the sites, that they're on the fact that they're actually in the water, so you cannot actively guard them and guide them. And of course, there are many safety issues when it comes to the diving process itself. So the project has decided to develop some technologies which are aimed at solving some or helping solve some of these challenges. So let's start with the modeling and reconstruction of optoacoustic seafloor DTM photomosaic integrating remote sensing, which is quite a long heading, but it's actually integration of a robotic system, ROV, which is upgraded with a custom hydroacoustic and optical sensor that will help to gather real-time data from both sensors, and will provide also options for subsequent fusion and production of DTMs based on the both dataset types. And the goal of this project is to make documentation of underwater cultural sites in a more efficient manner. So the main developer of this device is 3DR Research, a company based in Italy. They use commercial grade ROV, but they integrate custom-built stereo camera system and multi-beam acoustic module, which are integrated in a custom-built system to gather real-time data and to be able to produce this photomosaics from both data sets. Some of the tests were performed in Susopo at our facilities. Here you can see also a picture of the tests in controlled environment in the pool, and also on the data sets live visualizations, and the end result in terms of the DTM of the model of the cultural heritage asset. Another technological solution, which is center of focus of my institution, the Center for Underwater Archaeology, is the high-resolution electroresistivity methodology. So what is the main challenge with this method? The electroresistivity method is widely used in geophysics and geology and also in terrestrial archaeology, but it's not very common in underwater conditions due to the challenging nature of the environment, the fact that it is actually in, in the water. So the goal of this section is to develop a viable data acquisition, proceeding, and post-processing methodology for archaeological purposes in marine environments, with a focus on detection of buried objects, features interpretation, and stratigraphic sediment mapping, which basically is connected with detecting potential underwater cultural heritage sites which are not visible directly on the bottom. I will show briefly two case studies of the test that we performed in Suzopo. The first case study is in the Suzopo harbor, where we had a chance discovery of sub-bottom profile data anomaly, which looked like a buried objects with the dimensions of a possible shipwreck. So we wanted to try the electroresistivity method on this anomaly, and we had the data results showed that there is a very good spatial correlation between the acoustic data and the electroresistivity data. So we had some kind of small confirmation that there might be something buried in there. And subsequently, a couple of months ago, we performed a small archaeological test which uncovered shipwreck-related materials, in kind confirming the possibility of a buried object. So the conclusion of this test is that electroresistivity method can be used for detection of possible buried objects and archaeological sites. The difficult part is actually the interpretation of the data, because we actually don't have clear understanding until we have done extensive archaeological excavations and until we get better knowledge on the site formation process. We actually don't have hard data on what these results actually mean in terms of materials. So the second test was similarly produced on a submerged prehistoric settlement site near, situated on the bank of the Danube River near the village of Ostrov. It is a pioneering survey in Bulgaria, geophysical survey in Bulgaria in borderline land riverine environment. Because the site is partially on the bank of the river and part of it obviously continues into the riverbed itself. So we did the measurement, and after that we compared the data from a separate magnetic survey that was done only on land, and we understood that some of the magnetic anomalies can be very well correlated with the anomalies that we see on the electroresistivity profile. So here we get another confirmation that this method can be used for detection of underwater cultural heritage sites. And the big plus of this method is that it can be used both and simultaneously on land and in the water itself, which is not very common for geophysical survey. Of course, the hardest part again is the interpretation of the results, because until we have excavated the site, we cannot for sure tell what the anomalies actually mean. Another technological project that was developed jointly by Aquaprom, which is a Bulgarian company, and the Center for Underwater Archaeology, is the design of a shallow water sediment coring device. It addresses partly the same issue of the same need for a quick method for detection of buried environments and possibly archaeological sites, which is, but this time with more traditional approach like a coring device. We stumbled upon a lack of available commercial probing devices which can be easily deployed and of course cheaply deployed, because geological sounding in marine environments usually costs substantial amounts of money which are not viable for archaeological projects. So the goal was to develop a light and portable and easy operatable coring device which can be manually guided by a diver. So these are the technological specifications. The length of the liner is about 2 meters. The propulsion is with a vibro core motor, and it works with compressed air, which can be supplied from the surface vessel or from a dive tank, which is very good for the operability of the device. And the device can be lowered via crane or with airbags, which also helps just to move it easily around the surveyed area. We had successful probing. We could retrieve good samples, and at this stage we are at the stage of further optimization of the design and in the final stages of the testing phase of the device. But it proved that it could give information about the sediments of the area of interest. This is just a depiction of how it can be deployed in the water. Another technological project is the augmented diving capability based on acoustic communication and localization system, again developed by 3DR Research in Italy. It is basically an underwater tablet equipped with acoustic positioning system, georeferenced optical data acquisition, and text-based surface communication via the acoustic model. It also gives opportunity to record and display diver position during the dive. It's optimized for performing underwater surveys, especially in challenging marine conditions like low visibility, which is the norm in the Black Sea, and in places that are just not well chartered. Okay, this is just to get a glimpse of the user interface. We had the opportunity to test it in Suzopo, and we are very optimistic on the operability of the device. The next technology is again developed by 3DR in Italy. It's a cloud-based VR virtual reality accessibility application which can display 3D models of underwater cultural heritage sites. It is based on VR sets, and it can display guided VR tours with additional information points and user interaction options. The main advantage of this system is that it is cloud-based, so you don't need extensive technological devices that need to be installed at the place where you want to display the exhibition. You can just connect the VR set to the internet and stream them online, which is very flexible. The next technology is developed by the CERT Institute in Greece. Its main objective is to implement streaming techniques to provide real-time video streaming for underwater cultures, heritage sites, and based on that data to create 3D and 4D models from the video input and reconstruct the change in the detection of underwater cultural heritage sites deterioration, which is displayed in this picture. Another focal point of this project is to compare and analyze video input and 3D models from underwater cultural heritage assets to detect potential looting and degradation. So to help monitor the heritage, underwater heritage site in real time. And also they developed automated segmentation software for environment change and detection and deterioration detection. And the last technological sub-project is developed by DAN Europe, based in Malta. It is a underwater health and safety service that is built around a wearable monitoring device that records various physiological parameters of the diver, like heart rate, breath rate, and also data on the depth and the temperature of the environment conditions around the diver, and then transmits that information to a surface buoy, which then relays it to application which can help monitor the state, the physical state of the diver in real time, and by so can help improve safety, and by that the dive process itself. So that's more or less the presentation. I'd like to thank the corresponding authors of the different technologies, which are whose names are displayed in the last slide. It's a multi-actor effort, so there are lots of people responsible for the different technologies. So that was for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Does anyone has any questions?
I have two questions. One is what provisos have been put in place for post-funding, okay? Because the legacy of these projects is, if anything, more important than what is developed in themselves. Secondly, and I have to say this, I've been following the DAN development of this technology for, let me not exaggerate and say at least 10 years. Do you have any idea of whether it's going to be finished within yet another funded project, or, and if not, by when will it be available?
I don't have the exact information. Maybe the colleagues from DAN can give you more details about that, but I am left with the impressions that they're very close to the commercial realization of the project. So they have working prototype. They have, as far as I know, solid connections with potential suppliers of the electronic modules. So I think they will be able to put that thing in the market maybe in a couple of years. About your first question, the concept of this project is not only to finance the activities which will happen during the project, but also to help create a sustainable result of it. And that will happen through the development of these local blue culture technologies hubs that will be established in each of the countries. So as part of the project, we have developed uptaking plans that will partly be based on the technological developments, but also on other sources of funding. So we are hoping that we'll be able to continue with these activities after the end of the project. So that.
Does anyone has another question?
I actually do. My question is if the monitoring systems developed in Greece have already been applied in specific sites.
Yes, that they have been actually the technological part is mostly based on developing the software for the monitoring. The physical monitoring system is just for the purposes of data acquisition, but they have been developed. And if you follow this link here, you can also stream live view from the site. So if you're curious, you can just take a snapshot and check it later.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
The next presentation will be presented by Matthew Hobster. The subject of this presentation will be Building Future Policymakers, Sustainable Ocean Management Program.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me? Okay, good. So what I'm talking about broadly today is the Sustainable Ocean Management Program, or the SOM. And very simply, this program has a long-term goal to build a cohort of policymakers that are comfortable, you could say, moving between and integrating training in climate science, marine spatial planning, and the management of maritime cultural heritage. That's generally the broad goal. But to achieve that goal, we're kind of on a three-part plan that I'm going to describe in a moment. Now, this whole idea really started from, I think, many of the projects we're hearing about today. In many ways, it was, you could say, catalyzed by the ideas, the aims, and the goals of the UN decade, but it was also prompted by some more specific elements, such as a directive from the European Commission in 2014, specifically calling for member states to consider underwater cultural heritage within their marine spatial plans. And then moreover, it's also calling upon certain elements of the blue economy and other elements coming from the European Commission, in which they're searching and hoping to have a group of people that know how to move between these three disciplines. So what we're attempting to do is to create a postgraduate program that basically meets that need and fills in that gap. Now, we've been working on this since around 2019 or 2020. And we've been able to put together a really good network of individuals from a variety of institutions. So from the University of Oldenburg, we have Professor Siebenhuner and Dr. Milena Ripkin, who both do marine spatial planning. From the University of Copenhagen, we have Dr. Anders Svensson, who does climate science. We also have Athena Turkatis, whom I think some of you know. She also happens to be the co-founder of the Ocean Decade Heritage Network. From Koch University, where I'm based, I've also enlisted Michael Jones, so we can do maritime cultural heritage management. And then from the State Archaeology Program of Schleswig-Holstein and from Archaeologia Navalis, we also have Dr. Daniel Zwick. Now, the basic and general idea of this is that we're kind of operating in the periphery of all the disciplines. We're working where these disciplines overlap. And I know that many of us have talked about the theoretical potential and the obvious synergy of putting all three of these disciplines together. So what we're attempting to do is to actually actualize that. How can we bring together these specialists from these three institutions? And then how can we use the expertise of the ODHN and Daniel Zwick at the State Archaeology Program to really operate where they overlap? And we're using Daniel in particular because he's one of the few maritime archaeologists we knew who had real-time field experience working with marine spatial planners within a project in the Baltic Sea. So the very first stage of this project occurred between 2022 and 2023. And the goal of these 14 months was really to figure out how do we start with this theoretical possibility, and then how can we create some sort of actualized curriculum, some sort of pedagogy that we can work within. And so that was the goal of that first project. And that first part of the thing was called the MSPCC, or the Marine Spaces Planning Culture Climate Program. And we were very happy to receive support from Erasmus for those 14 months. And we were also very lucky to be endorsed by the UN Decade as an activity. Now, during those meetings, we basically just sat around. We had our photos taken in front of large buildings, and we simply discussed how can we put these disciplines together? How can we find particular case studies? How can we find the elements of marine spatial planning or climate science, the core things we need to teach to students that we can then find ways to integrate with the other two disciplines. And really, we were pleased to discover that it can actually work. We were able to build a curriculum, a pedagogy, so on and so forth. And so the stage we're in now is the second one in the middle. And this will run between 2024 and 2027. And the general goal of this stage of the program is to simply test out what we're doing. Now that we have a pedagogy and a curriculum, we are actually collecting target groups for 1 week summer schools to then try out the curriculum on these individuals. We're getting feedback from them, what works, what doesn't work, so on and so forth. And once again, we were very happy to receive funding from Erasmus. We've been endorsed by the UN Decade as a project. And we had our very first summer school in the summer of 2025 at the University of Oldenburg. Now, due to the restrictions on the funding from Erasmus, we're only able to provide support for students coming from the 3 institutions. And at that time, we had 14 students come to us. We could have taken a total of 21. And over the space of that week, we basically gave them a very short, concentrated version of our curriculum. So they had lectures on the management of maritime cultural heritage. They had lectures on marine spatial planning and climate science. We also had special guest lectures. So Professor Hillenbrand from the University of Oldenburg, he's a specialist in marine biodiversity. He discussed issues with the students. Colin Breen, whom I think some of you are familiar with, he discussed issues of planning for change. He basically talked about his recent white paper for UNESCO. Now, at the end of the week, as I said, we also had a lecture on marine spatial planning, but then we were also able to use something that Milena Ripken developed in a different Erasmus program. And basically, it is what she calls a serious game. And you can see it there on the table. And the basic premise of this game is that it gives users the opportunity in a concentrated way to practice marine spatial planning in a fictionalized space. So what you can see on the table in front of them is this artificial marine space with 3 fake countries arrayed around it. And very simply, we divided up the students into 3 different groups, so they would represent one of the countries. And then the countries had the opportunity to decide what are their long-term goals over the next 50, 100 years. Are they going to focus on the environment, tourism, industry? How will they combine these different things? And then as they start to divide up and zone their artificial space in this coastal area, they then run into issues of interacting with the other countries. What if they have different needs? How do we balance all these needs off our coastlines? And yet, how do we also plan for protecting heritage? And how do we accommodate rising sea levels? So that's really how the week ended. So we've presently had 1 summer school so far. And I can give you some feedback, you might say, based upon what we've learned building this curriculum and the pedagogy and some of the feedback we've received from the students so far. Now, one thing that we found interesting was that based upon the money from Erasmus, we could take up to 7 students from each institution. And so we advertised it widely. But as you can see from the number of applicants, at Oldenburg in Copenhagen, 6 people applied. At Koç University in Istanbul, we had 52 applicants for 7 spots. Now, we can't necessarily explain why individuals from Istanbul were so motivated to leave Turkey for just a week, whereas individuals in Oldenburg and Copenhagen apparently were not all that interested. We have a variety of ideas. One possibility is that individuals in Turkey were looking for experience and opportunities to do something within the European Union. Some of them we know actually had relatives in Germany already, so this basically was a free holiday for them. But nevertheless, this difference in the applications was really quite striking. Another thing I can comment on is the content of the application, specifically from Koç University. So of those 52 individuals, only 2 of them came from the social sciences. The other 50 people were the applied sciences, they were law, they were business, or they were medicine. Now, again, does this mean that we have 52 people on campus who really want to do archaeology, but their parents want them to do something else? We're not sure. It could also be that we're having trouble simply expressing to the social sciences on campus the value and the need to actually do these sorts of events, to actually participate in the Ocean Decade. So if any of you are thinking of doing similar interdisciplinary programs in the future, this is something to consider. You will probably receive applicants from a wide variety of groups. The second thing to look at, and you've probably seen it already, is that of the 14 participants, there was only one man. And this has nothing to do with the quality or lack of applications. That's simply how it worked out. So I think there's another thing to be considered here when we keep moving through the Ocean Decade and we're considering all these interdisciplinary interests, is that there is a wide dichotomy, at least based upon this very small data set, of who does and does not seem to be interested. So that's another thing to consider in the future. One more thing to consider in the future goes to that axiom that some of you may have heard, that everyone likes interdisciplinary projects in theory, but they tend to get rather uncomfortable when they try and do them in reality. Everyone's nodding their heads. You've all experienced this. We experience the same thing. Now, clearly, as I said, what we're trying to do is we're not operating at the cores of each of our disciplines. We're not doing purely archaeology or purely climate science. We're operating on that edge where they all overlap. And what we encountered was a lot of, well, I don't want to say a lot, I'll give you two examples of nervousness about this project. So in 2023, the School of Science in the University of Copenhagen, they received a new dean. And the new dean was presented with this program. They had seen the results so far. And what the new dean told Anders Svensson was that, well, this is not scientific enough. That's what he said. This isn't scientific enough. We're still able to proceed with the project. He didn't stop it, but that's what he said. Now, we thought at the time, this is, the reaction of a new dean. He's been in place for 6 months. He's unsure about taking risky projects. So we simply assumed that's, the way he feels. He'll change his mind soon enough. But some of you may have also noticed that at the beginning of this program, I also included Daniel Zwick and his work with the State Archaeology Program at Schleswig-Holstein. You can see he's not really there now. He wasn't at the summer school. And that's because the State Archaeology Program in Schleswig-Holstein had a similar reaction. They felt, well, this is not archaeology. So we're running into this very interesting issue in which we're trying to pursue the interdisciplinary goals, the aims of the UN decade. We're trying to bring together these different ocean sciences. But yet what we're finding in reality is that the ocean sciences, in some cases, they seem uncomfortable with this. They seem to feel that we're pushing the boundaries too much. We're kind of, you could say, they may not necessarily see the long-term or even the short-term benefits of doing something that they feel is relatively risky. And so to finish up, I suppose what I could offer is that if we're going to keep pushing with the UN decade, and I fully support that, I support its aims and its goals entirely, I think what we also need to do is to find a way to emphasize what the long-term benefits are of these interdisciplinary collaborations and how they can actually benefit these disciplines in the long term, and how people need to start thinking beyond just the centers of what they do and move far into the edges where you could say we're operating today. So thank you very much. If you have any questions, please feel free to let me know.
Does anyone has any question?
Matthew, thank you very much for this. I have a question that I think that you have already thought about it, and it's about professional integration. We are talking a lot about interdisciplinary research projects and training, and they are very well organized, very well funded, and very sexy. But at the end, we are also discussing that for the professional integration of our students, we're actually disorienting them because when we want to recruit them, the recruitment is disciplinary. I completely agree that the objectives in order to have a real reaction to the challenges of the ocean decade must be interdisciplinary. I'm with you. But what is the plan for the students that they are going to finish this master's, especially if they are coming from different disciplinary, and they are going to, I imagine, to work in international level, international scene, not only in Europe, which is very, very interesting, I imagine. It's part of the strong points of this master's degree.
Well, I suppose I have a couple of answers, or at least I have a couple of comments. One is that we're thinking not only at the international level, we're also thinking at national, regional, and local scales. And the second thing we're also considering is that, I suppose in response to your question about where they will go, in a way, I kind of feel the answer is already out there. I feel that people are already, international organizations and national organizations are already calling for people who have these skills. While we were building and doing the second phase, we saw 2 or 3 job advertisements for individuals. Oh, who can do marine spatial planning, and who can do underwater cultural heritage? So I think the need is already there. I think the issue is that we're trying to create the people to fulfill that need, you might say. And we're simply in a timeline, you might say right now, where we can't actually start doing that, hopefully, until 2027.
So you have already identified the need.
Yeah.
There is any, okay. This is really great then.
Yeah, we'll just see if we can keep doing it, you could say. Yeah.
It's already funded, the joint master's degree?
I'm sorry?
Is it already funded?
Yeah.
The third step, yes, it is.
The second stage is funded. We're funded through 2027. Then the third stage, in which we'll do the joint masters, that's a whole new application, so on and so forth. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Really good luck. This is very, very interesting initiative.
Thank you.
Any other question? How much scalable this program is in terms of participants to be involved or in terms of replicability in other contexts in Europe?
It will be replicable. One of the goals of this second phase, in which we're testing out and refining the curriculum, will be basically a handbook. So I don't want to say best practices, but basically a handbook. Here's our curriculum. This is what works for us. We also hope to have a variety of, you could say, videos online that are also dealing with case studies and things. So we hope that over the long term, we will be able to make a joint MA degree between the 3 institutions, but yet that doesn't mean that others can't do it as well. They will have the handbook too. Yeah.
Sorry, just one comment. We are now doing a joint degree, and I can tell you it's really, really hard.
Yeah.
Especially for interdisciplinarity, because each university in each country has their own rules. And there is an European approach for accreditation and so on, but still you need to fit in some box. And when you have so interdisciplinary program, I don't know how you'll be able to fit in each box for each university that are doing completely different things. So this will be a very big challenge. I'm sorry to.
Yeah, luckily we have another 2.5 years to work out those details as well. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much.
So last but not the least, we have Emerson Madlabayan Reyes online, I've been told, to present the role of Filipino early career ocean professionals, challenges and opportunities in the Philippine domestic shipping decarbonization.
Yeah, I'm not going to present him. He will present himself, and he will excuse himself as well. So. It's a video, yes.
Sincerely thank you for the opportunity to participate in this conference and for allowing me to present my study. So good day, everyone, distinguished members of the panel and conference organizers. My name is Captain Emerson M. Reyes, and I would like to sincerely thank you for the opportunity to participate in this conference and for allowing me to present my study through a recorded presentation. For some reasons that I won't be able to attend in person, since I am already on board my ship, my vessel assignment. So today I will be presenting my study entitled The Role of Filipino Early Career Ocean Professionals, or ECOPS, Challenges and Opportunities in the Philippine Domestic Shipping Decarbonization. The study focuses on the role of early career ocean professionals, or ECOPS, They are the maritime professionals with 10 years or less of experience in advancing domestic shipping decarbonization in the Philippines. Domestic shipping, the economic lifeline of the country's 7,641 islands, is under increasing pressure to align with global commitments, such as the IMO target of reducing greenhouse gas emissions by 20% in 2030, 70% in 2040, and achieving net zero by 2050. With about 250,000 seafarers employed in the sector, a significant share belongs to ECOPs, many of whom came from the Generation Z or the Gen Zs, a group known for digital fluency, adaptability, and environmental awareness, competencies that directly align with the technological and sustainability requirements of green shipping. So despite their potential, the contribution of Filipino ECOPs to maritime decarbonization remains underexplored. Existing government policies and energy transition frameworks largely emphasize technological and regulatory pathways. However, limited attention has been given to how ECOPs perceive these transitions, the challenges they encounter, and the opportunities they can leverage in driving sustainability initiatives. This study addresses this gap by examining the challenges, competencies, and opportunities of Filipino ECOPs in the Philippine domestic shipping sector, with particular reference to Sustainable Development Goals, or SDG 7, Affordable and Clean Energy, SDG 9, Industry, Innovation, and Infrastructure, 13, Climate Action, and 14, Life Below Water. So specifically, the study aims to answer the following questions. First, what is the current level of awareness among ECOPs regarding maritime decarbonization? Second, what knowledge and skills were essential for ECOPs to effectively support decarbonization? Third, what opportunities and enablers could support ECOPs' contribution to maritime decarbonization efforts? Fourth, what challenges and barriers did ECOPs face in engaging with decarbonization efforts? And lastly, how would ECOP's perspectives be effectively integrated into national maritime decarbonization strategies? To answer the research problems, I use a convergent mixed methods because I wanted to capture both the measurable patterns and deeper insights regarding the role of Filipino ECOPs in maritime decarbonization. For the quantitative parts, I used a structured Likert scale survey. For the qualitative parts, I included open-ended questions that gave the respondents the chance to express their experiences and viewpoints in their own words. So these two sets of data were analyzed separately at first, quantitative with statistical tools and qualitative through thematic coding. Afterwards, the findings were brought together and compared, which allowed triangulation and complementarity. So this design was appropriate because both strands were directed towards the same constructs, opportunities, and enablers. By merging the numerical trends with explanatory narratives, I was able to generate a richer and more valid interpretation of the contribution of ECOPs to Philippine domestic shipping decarbonization. First, I developed a survey questionnaire. Second, I conducted a validation process with the help of my advisor panel members, a maritime expert, and a research expert. Third, I carried out a pilot test to check if the questionnaire was clear and understandable to respondents. And lastly, I performed a reliability test. As shown in Table 1, the reliability scores range from acceptable to excellent. Maritime decarbonization awareness had a Cronbach's alpha of 0.816, which is considered good. Opportunities and enablers scored 0.868, which is good, and 0.910, while challenges and barriers scored 0.752, which is acceptable. The overall reliability score was 0.875, indicating that the instrument was statistically reliable. So this process confirms that my survey tools was both valid and reliable for collecting data from the respondents. So, and the fifth procedure in my methodology was data gathering. I used the Google Forms as the platform for distribution. And before the respondents answered, of course, I provided an orientation, official request letters, and informed consent forms to ensure ethical compliance. So, yeah, for the ECOP group, a total of 383 respondents participated, majority of which were seafarers, followed by maritime instructors and interns from the Department of Energy. In terms of years of experience, we had 40.2% from the 0 to 3 years experience, 29.3% had 4 to 6 years of experience, and 30.5 had 7 to 9 years of work experience. The respondents were mostly 28 to 31 years old. And geographically, most came from the northern part of the Philippines, which is the Luzon, with smaller groups from Visayas and Mindanao, which is the southern part of the Philippines. For the stakeholder groups shown in Table 2.2, there were 5 participants representing key maritime agencies such as the Marina or the Maritime Industry Authority, which is the sole authority or the sole agency authorized for the maritime affairs in the Philippines, the DOE or Department of Energy, PPA or the Philippine Ports Authority, and DOTR, which is the Department of Transportation. Their position ranged from development specialists to environmental and project officers with years of experience spanning 8 to over 15 years. So this respondents' profile provided both the younger ECOPS perspectives and the expert stakeholder perspectives, which helped the study enrich the findings. So yeah, for the analysis of data, I use both quantitative and qualitative methods. First, frequency and percentage distribution was applied to describe the demographic profile of ECOPS, including professional role, years of experience, age, and geographic location. Second, weighted mean and standard deviation was used to measure the opportunities and enablers that could support ECOPS contribution, as well as the challenges and barriers they face in engaging with decarbonization efforts. For the qualitative data, Braun and Clark's thematic analysis was used to analyze the responses of stakeholders to the open-ended questions, extracting key themes and insights. Lastly, systematic content analysis was used for policy documents and other references to support and validate the findings. Through these methods, the study was able to capture both the numerical patterns and narrative insights needed to understand the role of ECOPS in domestic shipping decarbonization in the Philippines. So yeah, before I proceed with the results and discussions, the table shows the overall mapping of my research sub-problems, the respondents, the instruments used, and the type of data analysis I have applied. For the SOP1 or the problem number 1, which is the level of awareness of ECOPS regarding maritime decarbonization, I used responses from 383 ECOPS through a Likert scale survey, which were analyzed using weighted mean and standard deviation. For SOP2, which is the knowledge and skills essential for ECOPS, I gathered insights from 5 stakeholders through open-ended questions and document analysis, which were then treated using thematic analysis. For the SOP3, which I focus on the opportunities and enablers that support ECOPS contributions, I again used both quantitative and qualitative approaches, the Likert scale surveys from the ECOPS and open-ended questions from the 5 stakeholders. The survey was then analyzed through weighted mean and standard deviation, while the stakeholder insights were analyzed through thematic analysis. And finally, for SOP4, which looked at the challenges and barriers faced by the ECOPS, the responses from 383 ECOPS were analyzed using weighted mean and standard deviation. This framework ensured that each research questions was matched with the right respondents, instruments, and data analysis method to give a complete view of the role of ECOPS in maritime decarbonization. So yeah, for SOP1, the level of awareness of ECOPS regarding maritime decarbonization was measured. As shown in Table 3, results indicate that ECOPS have high to very high awareness in most core areas. They also showed strong awareness of IMO targets, environmental impact assessments, and port-based initiatives. However, there were notable gaps. Only 60.3% correctly knew the Philippines' commitment to emissions reduction by 2030, and awareness of carbon pricing mechanisms was particularly low at 48%. Overall, the findings suggest that ECOPS have solid awareness of technical and operational aspects, but their understanding of advanced policy tools remains limited. This shows that awareness is strong, but not yet complete. For SOP2, I looked into the knowledge and skills essential for ECOPs to effectively support decarbonization. Based on the thematic analysis, 5 key areas were identified. First is the foundational technical knowledge. ECOPs must go beyond theory and gain hands-on mastery of decarbonization technologies, especially in emerging fuels and emission monitoring systems. Second is knowledge on policy literacy. ECOPs need to combine technical knowledge with policy fluency so they can actively contribute within regulated frameworks. Third is management skills. Developing project management and leadership competencies is important to prepare ECOPs for handling complex decarbonization projects. Fourth is communication and cross-cultural competence. Since decarbonization involves international collaboration, ECOPs must strengthen their communication and intercultural skills to influence decision-making and work effectively with global partners. And finally, there is digital proficiency gap. ECOPs need stronger digital skills to maximize their participation in innovation, data-driven decision-making, and international collaborations. Overall, this finding suggests that ECOPs are motivated but require comprehensive training and capacity building to meet the demands of maritime decarbonization. For SOP2, aside from stakeholder interviews, I also conducted a document analysis of 5 key policy regulatory references. First is the convergence on foundational competencies, which emphasize the need for strong policy and regulatory literacy, environmental skills, knowledge, leadership skills, and continuous training. Second is technical knowledge and skill requirements, where regulatory documents stress the demand for strong technical skill sets, while advocacy frameworks highlights ECOP's complementary roles in governance and policy leadership. Third is the need for digital and MRV competencies. Monitoring, reporting, and verification skills are increasingly required to align with technical and regulatory standards. Fourth is the presence of divergent perspectives on ECOP roles. ECOP-led initiatives tend to frame them as partners in governance, while national and international frameworks often view them as part of workforce pipeline needing compliance training. And fifth, there are capacity gaps and development needs that must be addressed, particularly in technical skills and structural participation opportunities. And finally, education and training frameworks must strengthen both technical mastery and advocacy or governance literacy. So ECOPs can influence policy while advancing decarbonization technologies. Overall, the document consistently highlights that ECOPs need a balance of technical, digital, policy, and leadership skills to effectively support decarbonization efforts. So now we go to SOP3, the opportunities and enablers that could support ECOP's contribution to maritime decarbonization were examined. As shown in Table 4.1, the results indicate that ECOPs can contribute in several areas such as technology adoption in shipping, environmental policy development and review, sustainability training programs, and research and development of our alternative fuels. These areas were consistently rated with high potential. So other important opportunities include the digital solutions for emission reporting, green port operations, industry academia, academic collaborations, and international maritime initiatives. However, some areas such as emission monitoring, capacity building programs, and infrastructure development were rated only as moderate potential. Overall, the finding shows that ECOPs have a moderate to high potential to contribute, with the greatest opportunities seen in alternative fuels, policy work, and environmental monitoring systems. So for SOP3, I also look at the enablers that can support ECOP's contributions to decarbonization. As shown in Table 4.2, most enablers such as government support, mentorship programs, access to advanced technologies, professional development, and international collaboration platforms were rated as only sufficient. The highest rating went to policy advocacy platforms, with weighted mean of 3.19, while other areas like research and development partnerships, cross-sector networking, and innovation accelerators were also judged sufficient but not highly sufficient. Overall, the results suggest that while enablers are present, they remain basic and limited, especially in terms of mentorship, government backing, and advanced technology access. This shows that stronger institutional and structural support is needed to maximize ECOP participation in decarbonization efforts. So yeah, for SOP3, we also analyze stakeholder inputs through thematic analysis to identify deeper opportunities and enablers for ECOPs. First, technology-led opportunity space, where ECOPs can play an immediate role in digital solution for emission monitoring, alternative fuel research, and infrastructure development. Second, policy and governance engagement emerge as a high-value contribution path. ECOPs can support policy development, compliance monitoring, and stakeholder engagement in regulated frameworks. Third, capacity building and education pathways were seen as critical. Both seafarers and shore-based workers need rapid upskilling in digital systems and alternative fuels. Fourth, stakeholders emphasized innovations, pilots, and cross-sector collaborations where ECOPs can add value through applied research, pilot studies, and corridor-style collaborations. Fifth, there were concerns about enabler sufficiency versus gaps. While partnerships, education, and networking are strong, government support, mentorship, and access to advanced technologies remain weak. And finally, stakeholders stressed the importance of institutionalizing interagency collaboration and ECOP representation. Structured multi-stakeholder governance models can accelerate adoption and provide continuous pathways for ECOPs to be actively involved in decarbonization efforts. Overall, the analysis shows that ECOPs can make high-value contributions in opportunities if opportunities are properly supported and institutional gaps are properly addressed. For SOP4, on the challenges and barriers ECOPs faces in engaging with decarbonization efforts. As shown in Table 5, several items were rated as major challenges, including lack of mentorship and guidance, insufficient funding, limited recognition of ECOPs, capabilities by senior professionals, and inadequate educational preparation. These factors make it harder for ECOPs to actively participate in sustainability initiatives. And at the same time, respondents also identified critical barriers. The most pressing issues were resistance to change from established industry practices and limited access to relevant technologies and tools, unclear career pathways in maritime sustainability, and insufficient networking opportunities. Language and cultural barriers in international forums were also reported as critical. Overall, the finding shows that ECOPs face a mix of systemic and institutional barriers that limits their ability to fully contribute. Unless issues of mentorship, funding, access to technology, and networking are addressed, ECOP's role in decarbonization will remain constrained. For SOP5, the study asked how ECOP's perspectives can be effectively integrated into national maritime decarbonization strategies. To answer this, I propose an integration framework that builds from the earlier findings. For awareness, ECOPs need advanced programs that go beyond basics, covering IMO GHG targets, carbon pricing, and environmental impact assessments, with modules integrated into curricula and seminars. For knowledge and skills, the framework suggests that simulation-based training centers, shipboard immersion, and specialized modules on emerging fuels such as hydrogen and ammonia, plus MRV systems aligned with IMO competency frameworks. For opportunities and enablers, ECOPs should have formal roles in policy drafting, R&D consortia, compliance audits, and representation in green shipping corridors and national task forces. For challenges and barriers, the framework recommends structured mentorship programs, dedicated government funding for ECOP, capacity building, improved access to modern tools and laboratories, and stronger networking platforms. Finally, across all SOPs, government is seen as the main enabler. This means updating the STCW framework, embedding ECOP roles in PDP and NDC strategies, and ensuring stable funding through public-private partnerships for training and research and development. So these integration strategies will ensure that ECOPs are not just technical workers, but also policy contributors and innovation leaders in maritime decarbonization. So the study highlights 5 major points. First, Filipino ECOPs are highly aware and motivated, but their impact is limited by practice gaps, weak institutional support, and barriers to governance inclusion. Second, in terms of awareness and knowledge, they are familiar with IMO decarbonization targets, alternative fuels, and energy efficiency. However, their understanding of advanced policy tools like carbon pricing remains limited. Third, on skills and training, ECOPs demonstrate strengths in fuel technologies, digital monitoring, and environmental assessments, yet they lack hands-on training, project management, and cross-cultural communication skills since maritime education remains largely theoretical. Fourth, regarding opportunities and challenges, ECOPs have potential in technology adoption, applied research, and policy support. Still, they face persistent barriers such as lack of mentorship, limited funding, and restricted access to the decision-making spaces. And finally, to maximize their contributions, there is a need to bridge theory-practice gaps to formalize eco-participation in policy and innovation platforms, expand mentorship and funding support, align ECOP development with national and international maritime strategies. These conclusions emphasize that ECOPs can become not only technical contributors but also future leaders in maritime decarbonization if their potential is fully supported. So yeah, based on the findings, the study offers these recommendations. First is to expand awareness campaigns, embed decarbonization literacy in the curricula, expand outreach at community level, bridge theory and practice through applied training, integrate shipboard immersions, expand digital competence, enhance communication and leadership skills, institutionalize eco-participation, support eco-led research and innovation, enhance professional development pathways, formalize network and partnerships, create structured mentorship programs, provide targeted funding support, improve access to technology and facilities, strengthen recognition and career pathways. Government as central enabler, public-private partnerships for training and research and development, formal recognition of ECOP's roles, and international integration. For policymakers, institutionalize ECOP developments as part of maritime and climate governance. For maritime education institutions, revise the curricula and training programs to embed practical decarbonization skill and mentorship pathways. For industry stakeholder, provide spaces for ECOP involvement in innovation pilots and invest in capacity building. For ECOP networks, strengthen advocacy, build alliances with international ECOP programs, and pursue collaborative research to raise visibility. And for future researchers, explore longitudinal studies on ECOP career progression in decarbonization and evaluate the effectiveness of integration mechanisms. So thank you very much for your time and attention. Thank you very much for allowing me to present with you my study. And I am Captain Emerson M. Reyes, and that's my study, the role of Filipino early career ocean professionals, challenges, and opportunities in the Philippine maritime decarbonization. Thank you.
So we thanks all the participants of this session, but also the previous session that have presented interesting project and programs. And all of them have in common innovation in terms of new technologies for the underwater cultural heritage, but also for the underwater natural heritage, or innovation in terms of new methodological approach for the education, in terms of both upskilling and reskilling of digital, blue, and green skills. So at 6 p.m. we have the icebreaker cocktail, and these 20 minutes will be dedicated to the poster session. So all of us, we have to move to the poster in order to continue our discussion and interaction there. Thank you, everyone.
If you don't go to the posters, no one can let you in downstairs for the cocktail. I heard they will be checking.
I would like to ask the presenters tomorrow morning if their presentations are ready to give it to me now. If not, tomorrow morning. But to be here at around 9:15. Thank you.
So, poster session, and then you are all invited in the icebreaker cocktail offered by Sandra Camille Julien.
But I also wonder. Yeah, I mean, I'll see.
Oui.
Ça dépend combien de temps ça dure. Si ça dure 20 minutes, ça va, mais si ça dure 1 heure.
No, I will tell them I would like to also ask you to take all your personal stuff because we are closing the theater.
No. I already said that.